Chapter 5:12. What a powerful sword chi. This person's sword arts must be extremely frightening. In the tea house of Snow Iron region, Ling Luohan's pupils shrank. Blade Dao and Sword Dao seemed to be worlds apart, but they actually had some similarities. As a top-grade blade artist, he could naturally tell that Yi Chen was not someone to be trifled with. Interesting. An evil smile appeared on Xie Zhiqiu's face. Hearing Yi Chen's words, a dense death chi appeared on Cui Yinghao's body. It was invisible and formless, and could interfere with others' judgment to a certain extent, causing them to feel panic and fear towards death. In a battle between experts, a single stray thought was enough to decide the outcome, not to mention being shrouded in death chi. Take one of your moves. Even if you have King Will in your Sea of Soul, it can only protect you from death. It was impossible for Cui Yinghao not to know that some of the top martial geniuses would have King Will in them, and he himself was one of them. However, King Will was not omnipotent. It would only take effect when one was close to death. If it was only an arm being chopped off, it would not be considered close to death. Therefore, everything depended on oneself, and others would not be able to help. Shadowless whip kill. Pushing his Jun Yuan to the extreme, Cui Yinghao flicked his wrist, and the black whip disappeared into the void. In the next moment, within a radius of dozens of meters, there was a tearing chi that could cut through gold and jade. Under such a large amount of tearing chi, anyone who entered this range would either die or be crippled. Moreover, the profound Cui Yinghao had used was the Wind Profound, which was extremely outstanding in terms of speed and tearing effect. Humph! To be crippled by this ace of mine is your honor. Cui Yinghao used to be an assassin. So how could he not know that even a lion would use its full power to catch a rabbit? Moreover, the aura Yi Chen displayed made him feel a bit threatened. He could not afford to be careless. Therefore, he immediately used his most prized ace, hoping to cripple Yi Chen with one whip. I can't even see the whip's shadow. How can I fight? The young experts of the southern region were all anxious, and their nerves were stretched taut. Right now, Yi Chen was their last hope. Once he fell, the southern region would truly be finished, and the martial tea gathering would be marked with a mark of humiliation. Many people closed their eyes, not willing to see the following scene. This is your strength. You can't even withstand a single blow. Yi Chen's long hair fluttered in the wind as his body leaned forward. It was as if he was drifting at the edge of the world. He shuttled back and forth between the random ripping chi and approached Cui Yinghao at an extremely fast speed. His right hand rested on the hilt of his sword. The sword was not out of its sheath, but the sword chi had already locked onto Cui Yinghao. Body sword technique. Cui Yinghao's breathing hastened. Not only Cui Yinghao, the East Demon Xie Zhiqiu, and one bladeling Luohan were also quite surprised. Using his body as a sword, Yi Chen was like a beam of sword light tearing through the air without even touching his body. It was as if he had directly passed through the sword light, allowing Yi Chen to enter. Don't play tricks in front of me. Your so-called shadowless whip technique is just a joke in my eyes. No matter how hard you try, it won't disappear. As he spoke, Yi Chen himself disappeared. When he reappeared, he was already in front of Cui Yinghao. Yours is the shadowless whip. What is my sword? Chin. The second the sword was taken out of its sheath, Yi Chen waved out hundreds of sword attacks. Because of the sword's extreme speed, it seemed like he had only waved it once before putting it back into its sheath. The long black whip fell down from midair, its front end connecting with Cui Yinghao's right hand. He looked down and realized that he was not wounded at all. He then laughed in astonishment. So this is your sword art? Ha ha. It couldn't even cut through my protective Zhen Yuan. How could it hurt me? Shoo! 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 Blood suddenly splashed out. Left shoulder, left chest, left rib, left waist, left leg, left arm, right arm. There was not a single part of Chui Yinghao's body that was unscathed. It was almost at the same time that hundreds of sword wounds appeared. Blood blossomed like scythes, covering Chui Yinghao's body. Looking from afar, Chui Yinghao looked like a human firecracker with countless bloody fireworks gathered together. Dead silence. Inside the manor, inside the tower 10 li away, there was a deathly silence. Shadowless whipped Chui Yinghao could walk together with blood hand Tang Jia and one blade Ling Luohan. If one were to say that he was far inferior to Tang Jia and one blade Ling Luohan, no one would believe it even if they were beaten to death. The young experts of Snow Iron region knew that Chui Yinghao's reputation was even vaguely higher than Tang Jia and Ling Luohan. It was simply because he had killed too many Sea of Soul Realm experts. Speaking of Chui Yinghao, who didn't know that his whip rarely left anyone alive? The number one young expert of Snow Iron region had never expected that Chui Yinghao would not be able to receive even one sword attack from Yi Chen, so he mumbled something to himself. Xie Zhiqiu's face was extremely ugly, and killing intent gradually leaked out from between his brows. Good sword art. One blade Ling Luohan, would like to experience your moves. Ling Luohan couldn't bear it anymore, almost as if he had seen his prey. It was not that he had never lost before. Xie Zhiqiu had beaten him once, but Xie Zhiqiu had relied on overwhelming strength. In terms of techniques, Xie Zhiqiu was not as good as him. He believed that among the young generation, only Sky Martial region could surpass him in terms of techniques, be it Eastern region, Southern region, Northern region, or Western region. There would not be anyone who could surpass him in terms of techniques. At most, they would be able to keep pace with him. Therefore, after seeing Yi Chen's sword art, apart from a trace of numbness, he felt even more excitement, as if he had eaten a stimulant pellet. Like a rock spreading its wings, Ling Luohan's figure leaped up and arrived in front of Yi Chen. He stretched his right hand backward, and a white light shot down. This white light did not move in a smooth arc, but was like lightning, twisting and turning fast like an aurora. The spiraling sword light curled up as Yi Chen made his move. As soon as he made his move, the white light was cut into 3 parts, with each cut being at the turning point. The spiraling sword light's remaining power was even more ferocious as it headed straight for Ling Luohan's chest. Not good. Ling Luohan's long blade did not have enough time to return to its scabbard, and at this moment he would not allow it to do so. He was afraid that the moment it returned to its scabbard would be the moment he would be defeated. Therefore, Ling Luohan made an exception. Without putting his blade back into its scabbard, he waved out the second blade. Lose. Another spiraling sword light appeared from within the spiraling sword light. It was Yi Chen who had instantly changed the size of the spiraling sword light, compressing it by an inch. The outer spiraling sword light was just a shadow formed by the chi flow, and its killing power was also not bad, but it was a little less sharp. Swoosh! While in the air, Ling Luohan's chest burst out 3 feet of blood as he was blown backward. His eyes were filled with shock and horror. In terms of techniques, he had been utterly defeated. After defeating the 2 top young warriors of the Eastern region, Yi Chen, who was standing in the center of the battling platform, was like a sharp sword that had been sharpened. Affected by his aura, the surrounding air gave people a sharp feeling, as if it could easily pierce through the mountains and the 9 heavens. Chapter 5:13. The number 1 young warrior of the southern regions is finally here. Indeed, From today onwards, Yi Chun is the #1 young sword artist of the southern regions, and also the #1 warrior, without a doubt. Who dares to argue? Even Cui Yinghao and Ling Luohan couldn't take a single sword attack from Yi Chun. His power has already reached an unimaginable level, completely surpassing Li Xiaoyan, Princess Jing, and Chu Zhongtian. He has walked ahead of everyone and ascended to the throne. The people of the southern regions were very excited. Their bodies were shaking. They were excited for Yi Chun beating Cui Yinghao and Ling Luohan, but also shocked by the fact that Yi Chun had become the #1 young warrior of the southern regions for many years. Although Li Xiaoyan had the title of the #1 young warrior, a lot of people still didn't want to admit it because he didn't beat all of his opponents and was only the #1 warrior. But now Yi Chun had beaten Cui Yinghao and Ling Luohan, which meant that he had indirectly beaten Li Xiaoyan and the other two. The title of the #1 young warrior could not be shaken off even if he wanted to. #1. In the tower 10 miles away, Luo Hanshan's eyes were shining as he murmured unconsciously. Those who were close to Yi Chun all had the same expression on their faces. They had almost watched Yi Chun climb to the top step by step from a weak existence to a legendary warrior. This feeling was 10 times stronger than the others, and it was hard for them to understand. How did you do it? Ling Luohan covered his chest with his hand and slowly stood up. He was not wounded too badly, mainly because Yi Chun had shown him mercy. After all, from the beginning till now, Ling Luohan's words and actions had never been out of line. At most, he was a blade maniac. Yi Chun said blandly, "If you only use one blade attack at a time, you will lose sooner or later." Lose in this aspect? Ling Luohan was confused. Ever since he had set a personal rule of only using one blade at a time, his blade art had improved by leaps and bounds within a year. Normal blade artists were no match for him, and even if he were to encounter a warrior of the same level, he would be able to defeat them in a short period of time. You've already gone down the wrong path. Although you can progress quickly on the wrong path, the further you go, the slower your progress will be. In the end, you will come to a standstill. You still have time to change now, but if you go too deep, it will be very difficult to change in the future. Yi Chun was not a friend of the other parties. Hence, the most he could do was to share his views on the Saber Dao. As for whether the other party listened or not, that had nothing to do with him. No matter what, thank you. Ling Luohan cupped his fists and returned to the Snow Iron Region tea house. He had actually forgotten about Cui Yinghao down there. Perhaps he did not care about Cui Yinghao at all. All he cared about was his own blade Dao. Damn it! Cui Yinghao, who was bathed in blood, could only feel the sword qi rampaging through his meridians. If he hadn't found enough spirit energy crystals in an ancient tomb and cultivated a spirit body, his meridians would have been broken long ago, and he would have become a temporary cripple. Yi Chun shot a glance at Cui Yinghao. Honestly, Cui Yinghao and Ling Luohan were not that bad. After all, the former was a genius assassin, and the latter had defeated Jing Aoshuan and tied with Chu Zhongtian. However, the thing that the two should not have done was to play tricks with Yi Chun. Tricks, tricks, tricks. If they did not play this well, they would lose very quickly. If they had fought with Yi Chun honestly, they would not have lost so badly. Especially, in Yi Chun's eyes, the skills of the two had obviously gone down the wrong path. The former thought that if he was fast enough and stealthy enough, he would be able to kill invisibly. However, he did not know that the core of an assassin was to kill with one strike. If he did not kill with one strike, he would have to retreat 1,000 miles away. In order to become an assassin, one would have to give up a lot of things. The latter thought that he would only throw out one blade attack at a time, which would increase his efficiency. However, the Saber Dao was just like the Sword Dao. It was broad and profound. If he only threw out one blade attack at a time, how would he be able to push it to the peak? Yi Chen did not need to use any killing moves against these two, because if he did, he would have to fight them head-on. Since the others were playing tricks with him, there was no need for him to use brute force to break through their tricks. That way, he would not be able to take care of them in one move. Therefore, he only needed to use his normal fast sword to take care of the problem. The fast sword was very fast, without any impurities. Combined with his slaughter sword intent, its power was actually very impressive. Cutting open Cui Yinghao's protective Jin Yuan was not a problem at all. Ling Luohan only threw out one blade attack at a time, which in Yi Chen's eyes was full of flaws. When his own sword speed was faster than his blade speed, throwing out one blade attack at a time would be a joke. The reason why he could make it this far was because the others were not as fast as him. In the tea house of Snow Iron region, Bloodhand Tang Jie's pupils shrank as he stared at Yi Chen in a daze. He had never seen such a frightening sword artist before. Shadowless Whip Cui Yinghao could not even last one sword attack, and the one-blade Ling Luohan could not even last one sword attack. Since when did such a frightening sword artist appear in the southern regions? Not bad, not bad. Xie Zhiqiu clapped his hands and stood up, looking at Yi Chen with a big smile. Your skills are rare even in the Sky Martial region. Even Cui Yinghao and Ling Luohan had lost in your hands. However, have you ever heard of this saying? No matter how good a skill is, it still needs to be based on one's own strength. Without a solid foundation, the so-called skills would just be a circus. Hearing this, Ling Luohan frowned. Xie Zhiqiu's words had dragged him into the water as well, even though he had to admit that Xie Zhiqiu's strength was not something that could be beaten with skills. Yi Chen lifted up his eyes. Come down and try, and you will know. Of course, if we don't sweep the southern regions, then coming here would be meaningless. Xie Zhiqiu waved his hand, and an invisible force covered Cui Yinghao, dragging him into the tea house. He then moved his feet slightly and appeared in front of Yi Chen within a blink. I will beat you within 100 attacks. Xie Zhiqiu did not have the confidence to beat Yi Chen within 10 to 30 attacks, just like how he could not beat one-blade Ling Luohan within 10 attacks. Make your move. Yi Chen did not have a top-rank longsword on his waist, but 3 swords in a scabbard. Facing warriors below the Sea of Souls realm, 3 swords in a scabbard would be enough. Boom! Xie Zhiqiu's attack was very sudden. Without moving his body, he threw out a fist attack. The black fist chi formed into a huge skull and attacked toward Yi Chen's face. When the skull was about to land, it opened its mouth and let out a strange howl. The miserable sound wave made people confused and unable to concentrate. Yi Chen had a firm will and was not affected at all. Before Xie Zhiqiu threw out his fist attack, he had already sensed the latter's fist aura. Lifting his hand, the thunder sword bounced up and a sky thunder cut through the sound wave, shattering the skull. The sword chi and fist chi exploded. Reverse sky thunder cut. Stepping forward with his left foot, Yi Chen's killing attack followed right after. Holding the destruction sword in a reverse grip, the sword light slashed out. Not bad. Xie Zhiqiu was not surprised at all. As a warrior of the demonic arts, he had seen a lot of strange martial arts. He had even seen sword arts that were even more unusual than the reverse sky thunder cut. What surprised him was that the reverse sky thunder cut was obviously a reverse attack of the sky thunder cut, which complemented each other seamlessly. Pop, pop, pop. Xie Zhiqiu backed out. As he was backing out, layers of black chi walls appeared in front of him, canceling out the reverse sky thunder cut's attack. Demonic chi power spell. Backing out 100 meters, the black chi flow behind Xie Shichio's back surged, turning into a bone demon. There was a red flame burning in its pupils. Although it was a flame, it did not feel hot at all. Instead, it was cold and gloomy, as if it was a strange flame made of yin chi and ice chi. Crack! Crack! The bone demon screamed into the sky, and the black sound waves spread out. Within miles, only a couple of people were not affected by the sound wave, while the rest of them were all tensed up. It's not a bloodline. It should be a demonic profound art. Demonic beast phantoms appeared behind one's back out of thin air. However, the bone demon behind Xie Zhiqiu was clearly formed from Zhen Yuan and operated with profound. There was a fundamental difference between the two. Judging from the aura emitted by the bone demon, it was clearly not a low-grade profound martial skill, but a mid-grade profound martial skill. Its profoundness could only be created by a life and death king. Sword intent radiated from his body, annihilating the black sound wave as soon as it approached. Yi Chun indifferently gazed at Xie Zhiqiu. With the bone demon completely formed, Xie Zhiqiu took a large step forward and punched toward Yi Chun. Woo, 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 woo. The fist chi was like a ghost wailing and wolf howling, more than 10 to 20% stronger than before. Xie Zhiqiu laughed heartily. Demonic chi power spell can amplify battle power 10 times. Dealing with you, it only needs 2 times. You're the one who can't do it. Of course, Yi Chun would not believe that Xie Zhiqiu could perform a mid-rank profound sense martial art to 100%. To be able to perform 20 to 30% would already be impressive. But from this, it could be seen that Xie Zhiqiu had indeed received the teachings of a couple of king warriors. Otherwise, he would not be able to have a mid-rank profound sense martial art. Golden resonant radiance sword. Holding the sword with both hands, Yi Chen's thunder sword vibrated at an astonishing frequency. The cyan sword light was instantly dyed with a layer of gold as the sword chopped toward the opponent's fist. Clang! Blazing sparks filled the sky, and fist-sized holes appeared on the stage, looking like a beehive. The black fist chi on Xie Zhiqiu's fist dissipated, and he couldn't help but retreat several steps. The bone demon behind him also swayed. Xie Zhiqiu was beaten back. Inside Snow Iron Region's tea house, everyone was somewhat astonished. Humph! Xie Zhiqiu coldly snorted as his 2 fists collided in front of his chest, releasing a surging chi wave. Demon Chi 10 power spell, 3 power combined. All of a sudden, Xie Zhiqiu's aura became even stronger, and his fist aura became even more ferocious. Half of the stage had been dyed black, a ghostly black color. Facing this fist, Yi Chun didn't back out. Instead, he moved forward, crossing his 2 swords in front of him, performing the Sky Thunder Cut and the reverse Sky Thunder Cut. Boom! The entire manor was shaking. A violent shock wave exploded between the 2 of them, spreading out at a speed 10 times faster than the speed of sound. It rushed out of the manor and rushed out for more than 100 miles. Crack! Crack! Countless fine cracks appeared on the rock walls of the surrounding mountains, spreading out wantonly like creepers. Even with 3 amplifications, I still can't beat him. Rubbing his feet on the stage, Xie Zhiqiu's whole body slid out. Black chi surged. Boom! A corner of the stage was blown away. Xie Zhiqiu stopped and quickly formed a seal with both of his hands. At the same time, the 2 arms of the bone demon stabbed into his shoulders. All of a sudden, his aura skyrocketed, making him look like a demon. Chapter 5:14. Hundreds of meters away, Yi Chun quietly watched the ever-changing Xie Zhiqiu. Strands of sword chi curled up around his body, giving off a layer of blue vibe. Xie Zhiqiu raised his head, and issued a strange laughter that didn't sound like that of a human being. His arms were covered by a layer of black light film. The light film then combined into the shape of a huge arm skeleton. At the end of the skeleton was a palm leaf fan-sized skeletal palm. Each finger was a foot long, and the nails were sharp. They were curved into hooks and were glistening with a dark gray halo. The demonic Chi Power Top 10 spell can increase the battling power as well as contain killing attacks. You should be proud of being able to push me to this level. Now, I will completely suppress you. Shoo! Just as he finished speaking, Xie Zhiqiu jumped toward Yi Chun at an extreme speed. His right arm, which was covered by the Bone Demon's arm, waved out, leaving 5 black claw marks in the air. It reached Yi Chun within a blink of an eye. Chin! Yi Chun waved out a sword attack to block out the Bone Demon's arm. The power contained in the Bone Demon's arm was unimaginably huge. It was like a giant waving its palm, blowing away Yi Chun along with his sword. Get down! Xie Zhiqiu chased after him as the Bone Demon's arm turned into a fist, throwing out a punch. Gold resonant radiance sword. Even in the air, Yi Chen's posture did not change at all. Seeing the incoming fist, he threw out a 60% trained gold resonant radiance sword attack. Beautiful sparks flew everywhere as Yi Chun was blown away once again. That Bone Demon's arm was indeed a super powerful existence. Not only did it have a horrifying defense, but its attacking power had also surpassed 60% trained profound sense martial arts. It was like the Bone Demon had been reborn, and its power was boundless. You have no chance at all. Lose. No one knew the terror of the demonic Chi Power Top 10 spell better than Xie Zhiqiu. When he had gotten the jade letter containing the profound sense martial arts of the demonic Chi Power Top 10 spell, he had been shocked by the images inside. It was only one punch, but it had shattered a falling star that had a diameter of hundreds of miles. Even normal king warriors would have to back out of its way. Crack! Bone Devil's arms became even tighter as he attacked at an extremely high speed. In the process of retreating, it was clearly impossible for Yi Chun to dodge, but he didn't need to. He raised his left hand, extended his index finger, and lightly tapped. Then, a frightening scene occurred. A 1-meter-long cyan-colored finger as thick as a thigh burst out and firmly pressed on Xie Zhiqiu's Bone Devil's fist. The fist of the Bone Devil, which had an extremely frightening defensive power, was like a fragile crystal. It exploded with a pop sound. Then, the Bone Devil's arm was affected and exploded into pieces. Xie Zhiqiu's body shook violently as he was connected to the Bone Devil's arm. Blood flowed out of his 7 apertures, and he even spouted a stream of blood from his mouth. What kind of finger technique is this? Xie Zhiqiu was sent flying like a meteor. His face was full of fright. Putting the thunder sword back into its scabbard, Yi Chun said indifferently, "Although I really don't want to say it, my strongest attack is not sword arts, but finger arts." When he had returned from the underground world and traveled through the void, through the undying altar, Yi Chun had already comprehended the void-shattering finger art to 30%. 30% might sound low, but the void-shattering finger art did not contain any ordinary profound, but the extremely rare space profound. Time was the king, and space was the most powerful profound. Without the time profound, space profound would be the strongest profound, and all other profounds would be restrained by it. The void-shattering finger art was not a single movement, but a set. Yi Chun had obtained the 3rd movement. If the 1st and 2nd movements were low-grade profound martial arts, then even if the 3rd movement was not a mid-grade profound martial art, it would still be somewhere between mid and low grade, and its power had completely reached the level of a mid-grade profound martial art. If it was not necessary, Yi Chen would not use the third movement of the void-shattering finger art because it was his ace attack. Once it was revealed, it would be the time to kill. Right now, he used it not because he wanted to kill Xie Zhiqiu, but because he had another ace attack that was not weaker than the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, which was the Lotus Heart Sword Qi. By itself, the Lotus Heart Sword Qi might not be as powerful as the third movement of the void-shattering finger art, but when the Lotus Heart Sword Qi turned into a Sword Qi storm, its power would not be any weaker, and its attacking range would be even greater than the third movement of the void-shattering finger art. It could be considered as Yi Chen's most powerful killing attack. The most powerful attack is actually not the sword art, but the finger art. So shocking. A true dragon can soar into the sky, and no one can stop it. So what if it is the East Demon Xie Zhiqiu? He is still not an opponent for Yi Chen when he gets serious. So powerful. Is this Yi Chen's real power? Not only people from the southern region, even people from the Snow Iron region were shocked, especially Ling Luohan, Cui Yinghao, and Tang Jia. They had come to this martial tea gathering to sweep the entire gathering, and everything had been going smoothly, and they had almost succeeded. But in the end, a single Yi Chen had ruined all of their efforts and made them fall into such a situation. Now, even the East Demon, Xie Zhiqiu, was not an opponent for him. So who else could stop Yi Chen? I had never thought that Yi Chen would grow to such a horrifying level. I really wonder if he came from our Sky Cloud martial school. Lu Hanshan's face was filled with disbelief. Zhu Mei said, "Dragons can be big or small, they can hide in swamps, they can also soar into the sky, and they can create clouds and rain." Without a doubt, Yi Chen is a true dragon that has descended into the Sky Cloud martial school. Before this, it was his dormant period. Once he shows his power and grows his claws and teeth, it will be the time for him to soar into the sky. The East Demon, have not lost yet. Fire Demon God Palm. The Bone Demon behind him disappeared, merging back into his body. Xie Zhiqiu's hands burned with a bright red flame, seeming like an inextinguishable flame. He abruptly stepped on the platform, stabilized his body, and waved both of his hands, throwing out 2 flame palms. Boom! Within the torrent-like flame, a sharp demon claw could be faintly seen. It was a palm that looked like a human, yet not a demon, and contained the will of fire. Seeing that Xie Zhiqiu still had such a powerful martial art, everyone was shocked. He was indeed worthy of being the East Demon Xie Zhiqiu. If it were someone else, they would have been defeated long ago, and would not have been able to push him to such a desperate situation. Thinking up to here, everyone could feel the terror of Yi Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Yi Chen shook his head as he pointed out his right index finger. The next second, a stone pillar-like finger appeared in the air. It was 10 meters long and 1 meter thick. The fingerprints were blurry, but it was still emitting a transparent halo like a shooting star. With one finger, this finger had destroyed Xie Zhiqiu's flame palm power and pressed onto his protective Zhen Yuan layer like a hot knife through butter. Boom! Finally, the battling platform could not bear the repeated attacks anymore and was instantly torn apart, collapsing from the 2 sides to the center. Meanwhile, Xie Zhiqiu was pressed onto the ground by the huge finger, his hair disheveled. At this moment, the East Demon Xie Zhiqiu looked miserable. However, the calm Yi Chen made everyone suck in a cold breath from the bottom of their hearts. Even someone as powerful as Xie Zhiqiu could not have an easy time against him, and ended up in such a miserable state. Chapter 5:15. Xie Zhiqiu has lost. Cui Yinghao and Tang Jia looked at Xie Zhiqiu, who was being pressed on the ground by the huge finger. They could tell that he could not move at all, as if he was being pressed by a mountain. In front of him, Yi Chen, who was dressed in blue, was still in his finger-pointing posture, looking very calm. The East Demon Siejicho was not a flower in a greenhouse. He was the ghost grass in the wild grassland, growing up through slaughter and ascending through slaughter. His achievements were not fake at all. They were all from real battles. Those who doubted him were either trampled under his feet or had their souls shattered. His most shocking action was that he had gone to the Sky Marshal region alone. The Sky Marshal region was the center of the continent, where the geniuses were as numerous as the carps in the river. It was not only the gathering place of geniuses, but also the birthplace of monsters. Wanting to make a name for oneself was as hard as climbing up to the sky. Countless people had been beaten black and blue and had left in low spirits. However, Siejicho had done something that others could not, and had spread the title of East Demon in the Sky Marshal region, gaining him quite a bit of fame. But what was going on right now? The East Demon Siejicho had been beaten by a young man who had not even walked out of the southern regions, and had no power to fight back. In the end, he was lying on the ground with no face left. If it were not for the fact that it would hurt if they pinched themselves, they would have thought that they were dreaming. Ling Luohan took a deep breath and said to the two, "Don't look at me in disbelief. There is no reason for the birth of monsters. If there could be an East Demon Siejicho, then there could be another Yi Chun. In this era, there is no such thing as the strongest, only stronger." To be honest, even he himself was shocked. How could it be such a coincidence that they had met a Yi Chun and a Yi Chun had beaten them all to the ground? Pop! The huge finger containing the space mentality disappeared as Yi Chun said lightly, "You can leave now. There is no need for me to invite you in person, right?" Cough, cough. Siejicho slowly stood up while coughing out blood. "Good, very good. This is the first time I, Siejicho, have lost outside of the Sky Marshal region. You are the first, and you will be the last. Wait for my return. The day I return will be the day of your nightmare. Today's humiliation will be returned 100-fold. It was not that Siejicho had never been defeated before. However, those who defeated him were all geniuses of the Sky Marshal domain. Most of them had already been trampled underfoot by him. He believed that Yi Chun would be the next one to be trampled underfoot ruthlessly. I've heard these words countless times. Unfortunately, they are getting further and further away from me. I can't even see hope. You think you have hope? Yi Chun didn't take Siejicho's threat seriously. In fact, he actually hoped that someone would challenge him. But the prerequisite was that they had sufficient strength. Humph, how could you possibly understand my future achievements? You're just a stepping stone for me. One day, I'll step on you and reach even greater heights. Hearing this, Yi Chun shook his head and chuckled. Get lost. I'm waiting for you to step on me. Go. Siejicho flew out of the manor with a pale face. Then Ling Luohan, Tang Jia, and Cui Yinghao also flew out of the tea house, flying towards the north. The manor was silent for a while before it suddenly boiled up, defeating the 4 top young warriors of the eastern regions with his own power. When had anyone in the southern regions ever done this before? In the past 1,000 years, only Xianhou and Yi Chun had done it. In other words, Yi Chun's current achievements could already be compared with Xuanhou's. Until the very end, no one could say for sure. Yi Chun, congratulations. From now on, you are the king of the young generation of our southern regions. Li Xiaonan was the first one to go downstairs to congratulate him. Yi Chun didn't care. It's just an empty title. An empty title could easily make people obsessed. Taking it too seriously would just be asking for trouble. Hee, whether it's an empty title or a real one, you deserve this position. However, the throne is not that easy to sit on. In the future, the glory of the southern regions will be closely related to you. Even if you want to stay out of it, you won't be able to. There are some things that won't work according to your will. Yi Chen nodded. Having come this far, he couldn't back out anymore. Then, everyone went downstairs to congratulate Yi Chen. At this point, there was no longer any suspense. Even Jing Aoshuan and Chu Zhongtian had accepted this result. What else could they do if they didn't accept it? If they had the ability, they could go beat Xie Zhiqiu and the others. In fact, they should be glad that Yi Chen was here. Otherwise, this tea gathering would have been the most humiliating one. Now, they understood that the throne was not something ordinary people could sit on. Without the power, sitting on it would only be a joke, and they could be beaten down at any time. The next morning, the tea gathering had come to an end. Xie Zhiqiu's incident had added a legendary color to this tea gathering. Perhaps people would forget about the previous tea gatherings, but they would never forget this one. The tea gathering's end was not the real end. When the news spread out, and everyone knew that Yi Chen had officially become the #1 warrior of the southern region, all the martial institutions gasped. This growth speed was way too fast. In the last tea gathering, he was only on par with Li Xiaonun and the other two, with a slight advantage. How could he leave them in the dust after only 2 years? Yi Chen could no longer be described as a genius. Only a monster would be more suitable. The South Rudra region was already shocking enough, and the other regions were even more shocked. They had no doubt that as long as Yi Chen could continue to grow, he would definitely reach the life and death realm. Moreover, they believed that once Yi Chen entered the life and death realm, he would definitely surpass normal king warriors. Perhaps he would be like Xianhou, becoming a top king warrior in a couple of years. This kid cannot be left alive. Back then, one, Xianhou had already made us lose a lot. With another Yi Chen, I am afraid that even when our leader recovers his peak power, he would not be able to do anything. Inside a secret underground manor, a group of mysterious people in black robes gathered together. Isn't it a bit too exaggerated? He is not even a Sea of Souls realm warrior, yet. He is still far away from the life and death realm. Stupid. Have you forgotten about Xianhou? It is because we underestimated her that we ended up in this situation. Killing him while he is still weak is the best choice. Otherwise, once he grows stronger, no one will be able to do anything to him. In that case, let me do it. Just in case, we have to kill him with one attack this time, because there is still a South Rudra martial school in the Windy Nation. I suspect that there is more than one Long Bai there. Perhaps there will be other Sea of Souls realm warriors and even master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. Therefore, we will not have a second chance. Ghost Cry, Ink Wolf, you two move together and kill this kid once. Don't worry. Although we are not master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors, killing a brat who is not even fully grown yet will be a piece of cake. Just wait for the good news. Shoo! Shoo! 2 people in black robes were gone. Nightmare, you follow them. The leading man in black robes seemed to be worried as he said to the shadow hidden in the darkness behind him. Yes, Second Master. A dry voice was heard, but the shadow had already disappeared. Chapter 5:16. After Yi Chen had won the title of the #1 young warrior of the southern region, the Sky Cloud Martial School had held a celebration for 3 days. One could not blame the Sky Cloud Martial School for being so grand, but the fact that the #1 young warrior of the southern region was just too shocking. The population of the southern region was more than hundreds of billions, and among those trillions, there were at least 100 billion young warriors under the age of 30. The #1 among 100 billion, just thinking about it made people's hair stand on end. And what was Yi Chen's background? The Yi family, a rank 8 family, the Sky Cloud Martial School, a rank 7 martial institution. Other than that, there was nothing special about him. If Yi Chen was a disciple of a rank 5 martial institution, it might not be so sensational, but he was just a nameless brat before. When Yi Chen returned to the Yi family did not want to be left behind. They held a celebration for 3 days. By this time, Yi Chen's golden statue had already been built. If everything went well, this golden statue would become the symbol of Luo City. In the next 10,000 years, or even 100,000 years, it would be a legendary statue. If anyone wanted to build their own statue in Luo City, they would have to be as powerful as, or even more powerful than Yi Chen. But of course, the chance was very slim. One Luo City, no, one windy nation with one Yi Chen was already a miracle. Who would dare to hope for another genius like Yi Chen? Although the celebration lasted for 3 days, Yi Chen had only shown his face once and spent the rest of his time training. Yeah, he is about to complete the slaughter sword spirit. Inside the secret room in the yard, the spot between Yi Chen's eyebrows was expanding and contracting. The dark red sword intent spread out uncontrollably, making the spot between Yi Chen's eyebrows look like a shining gem. Pa! A sound that did not belong to this world was heard. Inside Yi Chen's soul ocean, a world-shaking change had happened. The surface of the ancient-looking longsword, which represented the slaughter sword spirit, started to crack. Pieces of iron skin fell off. As the iron skin fell off, a crystal-like dark red light leaked out. The dark red light was so sharp that it made the slaughter sword spirit look like a huge glowing object, releasing thousands of dark red sword light beams. The sword light swept across, dispersing part of the dark fog in the soul ocean, lighting up the whole world. Roar! An earth-shattering sword cry rang out, and the iron sheet finally peeled off completely. The ancient longsword had completely changed. Its entire body looked as if it had been forged from a dark red crystal, and its edges were incomparably sharp. On the body of the sword, lines of blood spread out, emitting an endless aura of slaughter. Slaughter sword spirit, done. Before Yi Chen could even let out a sigh of relief, an unparalleled slaughter sword will suddenly gushed out from the center of his eyebrows. With a rumble, the entire courtyard was split into two. The terrifying sword will instantly absorbed a large amount of yuan qi, forming a blood-red sword qi that tore through the sky. What happened? Yi Tianhao, Shen Yuqing, and many other elders of the Yi clan rushed over. Whoosh! A figure flew out. It was Yi Chen. Father, Mother, I'm about to make a breakthrough. I'll be leaving the clan for a while. After saying that, before Yi Tianhao and his wife could react, he turned into a streak of light and flew away. Breakthrough. Is it breaking through to the Sea of Souls realm? Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing's faces were filled with shock as they gasped. To the north of Luo City was a continuous mountain range called the South Rudra Mountain Range. There were a lot of demonic beasts there, and they reproduced extremely fast. It was the training ground for the Rudra Martial School's disciples. Shoo! A beam of light sliced through the sky, diving into the depths of the South Rudra Mountain Range. I did not expect that I would be able to break through to the Sea of Souls realm so soon after the completion of the Slaughter Sword Spirit. The gate between the astral-reaching realm and the Sea of Souls realm is called the Mortal Transformation Gate. Once I make it through, my lifespan will increase by 100 years, reaching 300 years. It is also because of the importance of the Mortal Transformation Gate. On top of the mountain, the Zhen Yuan vibration on Yi Chen's body was extremely unstable, causing the weather to change and the yuan qi to surge crazily. All of the demonic beasts within 100 miles were scared into hiding in their nests, shivering as they looked at where Yi Chen was at the same time. Boom! The surprising sky cracked open for no reason, and beams of thunder and lightning struck down. Although the thunder and lightning had become impure after leaving the surprising sky, it still contained the nature's will, which was even more powerful than the martial will since it was formed by the rules. Crack! A couple of mountains nearby were shattered, and the thunder and fire splashed everywhere. Only when one got closer did they realize that the power of the thunder and lightning had actually reached deep into the ground, creating huge pits of unknown depth. Whew! Right at this moment, the Zhenyuan in Yi Chen's body exploded. It followed the top of Yi Chen's head straight up into the sky, connecting with stunning sky. Originally, the thunder and lightning were attacking randomly, but after being guided by Yi Chen's Zhenyuan, they suddenly found a target and fell down, drowning Yi Chen within the thunder ocean. Break! Yi Chen held his sword with one hand and sliced open the thunder ocean. Although the thunder ocean had been sliced open, the nature's will contained in it still managed to hit Yi Chen's Sea of Soul, causing huge waves to rise up. Nature's will, soul. I see. It was not that the nature's will did not have any destructive power. Once Yi Chen's sword intent could not compete with it, his Sea of Soul would be completely destroyed, and his soul would be destroyed. On the other hand, if the sword intent could fight against the nature's will, the nature's will would refine the Sea of Soul, making the soul stronger and purer. Of course, the nature's will would change according to the warrior's will. The more powerful the warrior's will, the more powerful the nature's will would be. Therefore, warriors with a weak will would have a higher chance of reaching the Sea of Soul's realm, provided that they had the chance to do so. Yi Chen's sword intent was just too powerful, and the natural will that he had triggered was just as powerful. After the first wave of thunder disaster, the second wave appeared in the sky. This time, it was not in the shape of a beam, but in the form of thunderballs. The thunderballs smashed down one after another, creating earth-shattering explosions. Sky thunder cut. Countless blue sword lights blossomed, cutting open all of the incoming thunderballs. Only the nature's will, which was invisible and formless, attacked into Yi Chen's Sea of Soul. With his slaughter sword intent, Yi Chen was able to fight against the nature's will as easily as eating or drinking. He was not hurt at all, and instead, his soul had become even more powerful. Boom, 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 boom. The third wave of thunder disaster arrived, and it was human-shaped lightning. Countless human-shaped lightning bolts formed into an army, attacking toward Yi Chen like a flood. Some of the more powerful human-shaped lightning bolts were holding lightning weapons in their hands, waving them around like powerful warriors. Even human-shaped lightning bolts have appeared. This little guy's sword intent is way too powerful. Even the sky is jealous of him. 100 miles away, a slim figure stood on top of a mountain. It was indeed the leader of the Rudra martial school, Long Bai. Long Bai had already sensed it when Yi Chen was going through the thunder disaster. Since the Rudra mountain was only 2,000 miles away from the Rudra martial school, it did not take long for her to arrive. Seeing that it was Yi Chen who was going through the thunder disaster, Long Bai was quite surprised. If she remembered correctly, Yi Chen was 24 years old this year. If he was able to go through the thunder disaster and reach the Sea of Soul's realm at that age, wouldn't that be even faster than Xianhou? Gold resonant radiance sword art. The sword chi that was mixed with a golden light was thrown out, killing all of the lightning troops in a straight line. Soon, even more sword chi was thrown out, and the lightning troops were shattered instantly, turning into pure thunder yuan chi and dissipating in the air. The overwhelming natures will attacked into Yi Chen's soul ocean. It was as if he had just eaten a great tonic. Yi Chen could feel that his spirit had never been so excited before. His soul power seemed to be increasing in a straight line without any pause. All right, again. Yi Chen raised his sword up to the sky. Heaven and earth were furious. The fourth wave of lightning tribulation not only had humanoid lightning, but there were also lightning drums, lightning dragon horses, and even humanoid lightning clad in lightning armor. This was an even more standardized lightning army that was born from nothingness, slaughtering their way over from nothingness. A magnificent army with tens of thousands of men and horses, their imposing manner like rainbows. The fourth wave of thunder disaster. Long Bai thought that the thunder disaster would be over soon, but she did not expect that Yi Chen's thunder disaster was far from over. The fourth wave of thunder disaster arrived, turning into a huge army that attacked Yi Chen. The number was way more than the third wave, and even the human-shaped lightning bolts were a couple of times more powerful, not to mention the lightning dragon horses, lightning drums, and human-shaped lightning bolts with lightning armors. The fourth wave of thunder disaster is extremely rare. I wonder if he can handle it. If he can, then the training of his soul would be unimaginable. Long Bai was actually very jealous of Yi Chen. Reaching the Sea of Souls realm was not something that could be controlled, and it would happen without any sign. Therefore, even though a lot of people knew that the more powerful the thunder disaster, the more powerful their soul would be, they still could not do it. They could only hope to form their martial spirit as soon as possible. That way, once they made it through the thunder disaster and reached the Sea of Souls realm, their soul power would be much more powerful than normal people's. However, the more powerful the thunder disaster was, the more dangerous it would be. If it were a normal person going through the thunder disaster, they would be able to handle it easily. But for people with a strong willpower, it would be a different story. Facing this many lightning armies, no matter how powerful Yi Chen's sword art was, he would not be able to handle it. He put away his long sword and flicked his fingers rapidly. Shoo! 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 Countless lotus heart sword chi shot out, turning into a sword chi tornado that attacked the lightning armies. There were a lot of them, so the sword chi in the tornado was not reduced at all. Moreover, there would be a huge amount of sword chi shooting out at every second, sweeping out like a heavy storm. Soon, the fourth wave of thunder disaster disappeared. Yi Chen's soul power had increased drastically, which made his eyebrows bulge out. The thunder disaster should be over by now, right? Long Bai let out a breath, feeling a bit shocked at Yi Chen's power. Boom! Without any lightning, the sky darkened for no reason. From day to night, one could not even see their own fingers. Suddenly, an earth-shaking explosion was heard, shaking the whole South Rudra Mountains. Long Bai lifted up her head, her eyes wide and mouth open. In the dark sky, an even bigger crack was torn open. It was dozens of miles long and a couple of miles wide. It was the scene of the shocking sky barrier being torn open. Then, endless thunder and lightning gathered together, turning into a huge thunder palace. The palace looked so real that it was almost real. Countless thunder dragons coiled around the palace, roaring continuously. The fifth wave of thunder disaster, Thunder Dragon Palace. Long Bai mumbled to herself. Chapter 5:17. Zhenyuan Ocean, 10,000 streams returned to the origin. The unprecedented pressure made Yi Chen's spirit, qi, and soul power explode like a volcano, shooting out from between Yi Chen's eyebrows. Pop! Pop! A slight cracking sound came from his dantian. It was the Zhenyuan core that had started to melt, turning into a huge amount of Zhenyuan liquid. The liquid flowed inside his dantian, looking like a blue lake. On top of the lake, there was still half of the Zhenyuan core that had not melted yet, floating there. Meanwhile, the natural Yuan Qi within hundreds of miles continued to pour in with Yi Chen as the center. Yi Chen was like a black hole, continuously devouring the Yuan Qi and storing it inside his body, training it into Zhenyuan to fill up the emptiness in his dantian. No, the training speed is too slow. I still need top-rank spirit stones. Seeing that the Thunder Dragon Palace was slowly descending, Yi Chun hurried to take out a huge amount of top-rank spirit stones. With a shake of his Zhen Yuan, the top-rank spirit stones exploded together. The pure top-rank spirit stones Yuan Qi spread out and was completely absorbed by Yi Chun. The top-rank spirit stones Yuan Qi was not something the natural Yuan Qi could compare with. It was dozens of times purer, and with a slight training, it turned into liquid Zhen Yuan, expanding the Zhen Yuan lake. Right now, even if I cannot make it through the thunder disaster, I am already at half-step C of Soul's realm. The Sea of Soul's realm is indeed powerful. My Zhen Yuan is just like the ocean, rich and powerful. Plus, there is an undercurrent swirl in the center of my Zhen Yuan, which makes it extremely pure. As long as I can make it through the thunder disaster, I will have time to purify all my Zhen Yuan and turn it into Sea of Soul's realm Zhen Yuan. All of a sudden, Yi Chun felt that he had become much more powerful. The huge amount of Zhen Yuan was like a powerful source of power, bringing him waves of power. Awoo! The speed of the Thunder Dragon Palace's descent was getting faster and faster. The space rippled like water. The Thunder Dragon that was coiling around the Dragon Palace roared into the sky, its voice loud and full of majesty. Crack! Yi Chen's body sank down. The ground under his feet was full of cracks. It turned out that hundreds of miles of mountain range could not handle the pressure from the Thunder Dragon Palace, and had sunk down dozens of meters. Countless mountains had been shattered, and countless beasts had been turned into ashes by the thunder. Sky Thundercut! Facing the Thunder Dragon Palace, Yi Chun activated his Sea of Soul's realm Zhen Yuan, which was not very pure yet, and threw out a beam of blue sword qi. This sword qi was thousands of meters long, which was more than twice as powerful as before. Wherever the sword qi went, the space pattern spread out in a sharp cone shape. Clang! The Thunder and Lightning Dragon Palace seemed to have a physical body. When the sword qi struck it, it only scattered countless thunder and fire, leaving behind a sword mark that was neither shallow nor deep. Gold resonant radiance. After the blue sword qi was the green gold sword light. The sword light trembled and sent a corner of the Thunder and Lightning Dragon Palace flying. This won't do. A single attack won't be able to destroy the Thunder Dragon Palace. I can only use the Storm of Sword Beams. After reaching half-step C of Soul Realm, the Lotus Heart Sword Qi had also become stronger. After all, the Lotus Heart Sword Qi was made of Zhen Yuan. If the Zhen Yuan was pure enough, the power of the Lotus Heart Sword Qi would naturally be strong enough. Bang, 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 bang. Countless Lotus Heart Sword Qi shot out. The surface of the Thunder and Lightning Dragon Palace looked like fireworks exploding. The 4 Thunder Dragons screamed before being killed completely by the Sword Qi. Carrying the broken pieces of the Sword Qi, the Thunder and Lightning Dragon Palace still attacked toward Yi Chun at an extreme speed. It was like a wave of light that had traveled thousands of miles. The light was getting dimmer and dimmer. When it was only 100 meters away from Yi Chun, the Thunder and Lightning Dragon Palace suddenly became blurry and disappeared with the wind. A wave of mysterious natural consciousness ignored the time and space, entering into Yi Chun's Sea of Soul in between his eyebrows. The Sea of Soul in between his eyebrows was filled with waves that shot up into the sky. Even the Slaughter Sword Spirit and the other normal sword spirit were affected, shaking violently. What a horrifying natural consciousness. Yi Chun tried his best to push his Slaughter Sword intent, making it shine with a dark red light that shone out in all directions. Standing on top of the mountain without moving, Yi Chun closed both of his eyes tightly. It is indeed impressive that he could reach half-step C of Soul Realm in advance. Long Bien let out a breath. Yi Chen's thunder test was ridiculously powerful. Compared to him, when she was going through the thunder test, it was just child's play. It was not even worth mentioning. She was afraid that, from the ancient times until now, the number of people who had gone through 5 waves of thunder tests was not that high. I wonder how powerful he would be after reaching the Sea of Soul's realm. Longbian was very curious. Gradually, the natural consciousness started to soften down, continuing to train Yi Chen's soul. Yi Chen's soul grew stronger again, shining with a silver light. His soul power was the Sea of Soul, making it look like a silver ocean. In the deep part of the ocean, there were a lot of blood-colored tunnels that led to different directions. Right then, the blood-colored tunnels seemed to have woken up and started to move quickly, absorbing the soul power and transferring it to the end of the blood-colored tunnel. Pap! Something shocking happened. Yi Chen did not open his eyes, but the center of his eyebrows had cracked open. There was a silver light inside, shooting out a beam of silver light. It was hard for other people to see it, since it was the color of the soul. Only he himself could see it. Right then, that beam of light had pierced through the surreal space, spreading out for hundreds of thousands of miles, even millions of miles. Yeah, Snake Island, Star Regional Lake, Mountain Region. A series of mirage-like images appeared in his mind. They were very real, exactly the same as what he was seeing with his own eyes. However, the distance was way too far. Yi Chen was in the Windy Nation, but he could actually see the Snake Island, which was millions of miles away, as well as the Star Regional Lake, the mountains outside the lake, and beyond the mountains was the unfamiliar mountain region. All of a sudden, Yi Chen made a noise as a beam of black blood leaked out of the crack between his eyebrows. Then the crack closed up quickly, and nothing could be seen anymore. Opening his eyes, a shocked expression flashed through his face. This is the legendary Eye of the Soul. The Eye of the Soul, just like the name suggested, was the Eye of the Soul. Only when one's soul was extra powerful would there be a small chance for it to form. Once it was formed, it would become a special talent with a very magical power. The Battle King had only heard about it by chance, and had never seen it with his own eyes. Obviously, Yi Chen did not have the power to use the Eye of the Soul yet, and it had been forcefully closed. If it were not for the fact that Yi Chen could still remember what he had seen before, he would have thought that he was hallucinating. Let me reach the Sea of Soul's realm first. Reaching the Sea of Soul's realm would require a lot of Yuan Qi. If he only relied on the natural Yuan Qi, he might not even be able to make it in half a month. Therefore, Yi Chen took out a box of top-rank soul stones. His Zhen Yuan vibrated, and the top-rank soul stones exploded together with the box. That powerful top-rank soul stones Yuan Qi poured into Yi Chen's body. Crack! Crack! As the top-rank soul stones Yuan Qi was refined into Zhen Yuan, the half-Shen Yuan core inside Yi Chen's Dantian also started to melt faster, merging with the Zhen Yuan lake. Within a couple of breaths, the lake had changed. Not only did it expand a couple of times, but its depth had also increased by a couple of times. It was now like a small Zhen Yuan ocean. In the deep part of the Zhen Yuan ocean, the undercurrent whirlpool was getting stronger and stronger. A huge amount of Zhen Yuan was pouring into it every second. When it came out from the bottom, the Zhen Yuan would be twice as pure as before, turning into Sea of Soul's realm Zhen Yuan. When the last bit of Zhen Yuan core was melted, Yi Chen's Zhen Yuan ocean was completely formed. A huge green lotus floated on top of it. There was a lotus seed in the middle of the lotus, and a bunch of solidified lotus heart sword chi was stored on top of it, looking like lotus seeds. In the surroundings, there were a lot of channels that connected to the Zhen Yuan ocean. Yi Chen knew that they were meridians, the channels for transferring Zhen Yuan. Finally, I have reached the Sea of Soul's realm. Yi Chen let out a long breath. If one was immortal before the Sea of Soul's realm, Then, after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, one could no longer be considered a mortal anymore. Who had ever seen a mortal who could live to 300 years old? Most importantly, the Danteon of Sea of Souls realm warriors was the Zhenyuan Ocean. Their Zhenyuan would be extremely rich, and their battle endurance would be dozens of times more powerful than astral-reaching realm warriors. Combined with the spirit body, they would be a tireless battle machine. Boom! A punch was thrown out, causing the space to ripple and a mountain far away to explode. Just the Zhenyuan alone is already this powerful. Yichen nodded satisfactorily. Oh, right. Let's see how much more powerful my soul has become. Between his eyebrows, Yichen tried his best to release his soul power. 100 miles, 200 miles, 300 miles, 500 miles, 500 miles. Normal Sea of Souls realm warriors would not be able to go beyond 100 miles, and I am 5 times more than them. Yichen sucked in a breath of cold air. Right then, a beam of light shot over from afar. Yichen, congratulations. Once you have reached the Sea of Souls realm, you have transformed from a cocoon into a butterfly. Revealing her figure, Longbai said with a smile. Yichen was not surprised by Longbai's appearance. When he released his soul power, he had already sensed her existence. She also knew that she had been exposed. Leader Long. Yichen held his fists together. You have just reached the Sea of Souls realm, so you probably have some doubts about your own power. How about we exchange a few moves? Even as she said that, Longbai had already attacked with 70 to 80% of her power. That sky-covering, huge hand tore through the air, grabbing toward Yichen. Flicking out his long sword, Yichen welcomed the sky-covering, huge hand. Swoosh! The sky-covering, huge hand was split into two, and that powerful sword chi tore through the sky. The aftershock spread out, causing the cloud ocean to crack open like the mouth of a demon. Longbai was a bit surprised. 70 to 80% of her power was already enough to beat normal spirit warriors. Plus, Yichen had just reached the early Sea of Souls realm, while she was at peak level late Sea of Souls realm. Be it the purity or quantity of her Zhenyuan, she would be more powerful than Yichen. Not bad. Take another attack of mine. Taking a deep breath, Longbai twisted her right hand in a circle, causing the water to vibrate. An even bigger, mountain-like hand pressed towards Yichen. It was so huge that it covered the entire sky. The patterns on the palm could be clearly seen. It was Longbai's low-rank profound sense martial art, Cloud Dragon Hand. Yichen did not back out, his long sword slashing down. Crack! The huge hand made of water element Zhenyuan was cut off at the same time, exploding all of a sudden. Longbai was shocked. That Cloud Dragon Hand, she had used 90% of her power, but it still could not hurt Yichen. It was easy to tell that Yichen had not used all of his power either. Was he really just at the early Sea of Souls realm? His battling power was horrifying. Chapter 5:18. With my current power, I should not be afraid of spirit warriors anymore. Yichen was not sure that he could win against all of them. Therefore, it would be more appropriate to say that he was not afraid. Once one's cultivation base reached the Sea of Souls realm, there would be too many factors that would affect one's battling power. Cultivation base, martial spirit, profound sense, martial skills, experience, and battle talent. Any one of them would be closely related to the battling power. Being powerful in one of them would not mean much, but being powerful in all of them would make one truly powerful. For example, a Sea of Souls realm master level warrior would be powerful in all aspects. Their cultivation base would be at least late Sea of Souls realm, and their willpower would shine brightly. They would have mastered multiple low-rank profound sense martial skills and one mid-rank profound sense martial skill. They would have rich experience and battle talent. Only by reaching the standard in all aspects would one be considered a master-level warrior. If one or two aspects were not up to standard, they would still be spirit warriors. Therefore, some of the peak spirit warriors were very powerful, and Yi Chen did not have the confidence to win against them. In 5 aspects, my slaughter sword spirit is enough to look down on everyone. Even Sea of Souls realm master-level warriors would not be able to compete with me. In terms of experience, I am not that far behind, so there will not be a gap. Although my battle talent is not that much higher than others, it is at least one of my advantages. The remaining ones would be my weak cultivation base and profound sense martial skills. But my soul is 5 times more powerful now, and my comprehensive ability has been greatly improved. The disadvantage in profound sense martial skills should not last for too long. As for cultivation base, there is nothing I can do about it. I can only train honestly and explore more when I have time, looking for some spirit herbs that can increase Shen Yuan. After exchanging blows with Long Bai, Yi Chen had a general idea of his own power. Long Bai stopped attacking and sighed. From now on, you already have the right to explore the continent. As long as you do not run into Sea of Souls Realm Master level warriors, you will be safe. As for Life and Death Realm warriors, they rarely appear. Most of them are exploring unknown forbidden places and planets. Thank you for taking care of me before. Putting the longsword back into the scabbard, Yi Chen said gratefully. Long Bai waved her hand. Only with investment can there be profits. You are the one who has invested the least in Dragon God, Celestial Palace. Even I am surprised at your achievements. But you still have a lot of potential. You have to keep working hard and keep improving. Don't be affected by external factors. Yi Chen knows. Now that you have reached the Seas of Souls realm, I do not have much to give you. This spirit pattern fruit was grown from a 10,000 years old spirit pattern tree. It blooms once every 100 years and bears fruit once every 100 years. It contains a huge amount of spirit pattern yuan qi. Once you stabilize your early Seas of Souls realm cultivation, I think you will be able to reach peak level early Seas of Souls realm. Long Bai took out a fist-sized orange-yellow fruit from her storage ring and threw it at Yi Chen. After receiving the spirit rune fruit, Yi Chen lowered his head and looked at it. There were mysterious patterns on the surface of the fruit, and a special yuan qi flowed along the patterns, causing the entire spirit rune fruit to be filled with spirit qi. It must be a superior grade spirit fruit. With a flip of his hand, the fruit disappeared. Yi Chen expressed his thanks and asked, Sect Leader Long, I wonder if Su Jing is doing well in the Dragon God Celestial Palace. Long Bai said with a smile that was yet not a smile, Don't worry, the little girl is doing very well in Dragon God Celestial Palace. When you see her again, you'll be shocked. Moreover, she's very popular in Dragon God Celestial Palace. If you don't work hard, you'll have troubles. Trouble? Yi Chen chuckled. What kind of trouble was he afraid of? The more trouble there was, the more it would force him to bring out his potential. All right, I will go first. Yi Chen, remember, if you do not want to live an ordinary life, then you have to be powerful. In the future, you will realize that the more powerful you are, the more you will feel that you are not powerful enough. As for what to choose, I believe you already have the answer in your heart. The voice gradually faded away as Long Bai disappeared at the end of the mountain range. Looking at the place where Long Bai disappeared, Yi Chen mumbled to himself, Powerful? I have never thought about it, but being ordinary is also not my choice. My choice should be to climb one peak after another, until there is no road left to walk, no peak left to climb. After standing silently for a while, Yi Chen turned into a beam of light and flew away. The South Rudra mountain range once again returned to its peaceful state. Only the ruins left behind told people that something extraordinary had happened here. Returning to the Yi family, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were both waiting in Yi Chen's courtyard, while Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were playing on the side. "Big brother!" Stopping playing, the two kids pounced at Yi Chen. "Chenair, you've made a breakthrough?" Yi Tianhao studied Yi Chen and realized that his son had become more and more mysterious. Because Yi Chen did not try to hide his Zhenyuan vibration, he could easily sense that the natural Yuan qi around him was surrounding Yi Chen as if it was obeying him. Yi Chen nodded. "I am already at the Sea of Souls realm." "Good. There has never been a Sea of Souls realm warrior in our Yi family. I did not expect my son to break this record. As a father, I will die without regrets." Yi Tianhao laughed out loud. Besides excitement, he could not be more excited. In this world where only powerful people were respected, everyone knew the importance of power. He and Shen Yuqing were both still at the peak level late clasping Yuan realm, so it should not be a problem for them to reach the astral reaching realm. But it would be impossible for them to reach the Sea of Souls realm. On the other hand, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao were both very talented. In another 2 years, when they reached the optimal training age of 10, they would be able to start training their qi. Sky Thunder Cut. On the empty ground next to the lake, a row of training columns stood there. They were not made of normal iron, but were bought from the martial city. Each of them was as hard as a low-rank great weapon, and had been trained by the earth evulsion fire. Crack, 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 crack. Yi Chen waved out a sword attack, and half of the training columns were cut in half. There were 5 to 6 of them, 60%. He has learned the Thunder Profound in such a short time. Yi Chen was very surprised. It had only been a week since he had reached the Sea of Souls realm, and he had already learned the Thunder Profound, increasing his Sky Thunder Cut to 60%. This kind of learning speed was almost 4 to 5 times faster than before. The things that were hard to understand before were suddenly understood. The soul is the foundation. Right now, Yi Chen was completely sure that the soul was the foundation of a human. If the soul was powerful, then the other aspects would be powerful as well. If the soul was not powerful enough, then one's achievement would be limited. What others could do in 10 days, one would need to spend dozens of days. I have not reached the bottleneck yet, so there is no need to rush out. I will rest for a few days in the Yi family and increase my power to the limit. After making up his mind, Yi Chen's state of mind became even more peaceful. The days passed by one after another, and Yi Chen's profound sense martial art matured day by day. Even the 9th movement of the Green Lotus sword art, Amaranth in Nature, had broken through to become a profound sense martial art. He had learned a bit of the Wood Profound, increasing it to 60%. Although the power of Amaranth in Nature was not as powerful as the Gold Resonant Radiance sword art, it was quite good at locking onto the target with one sword attack. Even the opponent with the same power as him would not have a chance to dodge, unless the opponent's movement art was way more powerful than his. Besides that, after reaching the Sea of Souls realm, the space mentality would no longer have to rely on the space power to train. Of course, observing the space power would be a lot faster, which was without a doubt. Chenair is so hardworking. Not far away, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing stood side by side. Shen Yuqing was talking to each other in a low voice. Yi Tianhao said, "Geniuses need to work hard as well. For Chenair to be able to reach where he is now, he must have gone through a lot of hardships and dangers. Those who have the reputation of being geniuses but are too proud and arrogant, afraid of danger. They have already lost their brilliance." Shen Yuqing said with a complicated expression, "We are not geniuses, so we do not know what kind of hardships geniuses have to go through. As his parents, we can only watch from the side and give him a warm home when he is tired. Children have their own fortune. Our Chenair will definitely be extraordinary in the future. So, we do not need to worry too much. If we worry about him, it will only bring him more pressure. Yeah. The two did not disturb Yi Chen's training and left quietly. 1 month had passed. Cut. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chen waved out his sword. The gold light took up most of the space, and only 20% of the blue light was left. Crack! A row of training columns was cut down. It was not a normal cut, as the middle part of the training columns had disappeared completely. It had already been shattered into pieces by the power of the gold resonant radiance attack. 80%. My gold resonant radiance attack has reached 80%. And this is because I have controlled the attacking range on purpose. Otherwise, the Luo city in front of me would have been cut in half. A smile appeared on Yi Chen's face. In the past month, he had gained a lot. Sky Thundercut and Reverse Sky Thundercut were both at 70%. Amaranth in Nature was also at 60%. The one with the biggest improvement was the Gold Resonant Radiance attack, which had reached 80% right away. It was not that far away from completion. Of course, it did not mean that the Gold Resonant Radiance attack was easy to train. In fact, it was the hardest one to train out of the three. According to Yi Chen's estimation, it should be a top low-rank profound sword movement, which was extremely powerful in terms of attacking power. The reason why the Gold Resonant Radiance sword art was at the front was because it had been learned from someone else, and it was someone else's profound sword movement. The Sky Thunder Cut and Amaranth in Nature had to be created by oneself, which meant that it was like creating something out of nothing. Therefore, it was not that strange to be able to train it to 80%. The further I train the profound, the harder it gets. This should be my limit. Even in the extreme void, I would not be able to train it any faster. However, even though my profound sword movement has reached its limit, my body art has not reached its limit yet. My separating shadow flying art actually requires me to learn the shadow profound. Only by learning the shadow profound will I be able to train it to the profound flying art level, which is a bit hard. It is almost as hard as the space profound. People often described things as unpredictable and confusing. The wind profound was actually very easy to train, since it was one of the elements of Yuan Qi. However, the shadow profound was the real mystery. These days, he had been observing the shadows of the buildings, the birds, his own shadow, and the shadows of others. Because of the increase in his comprehensive ability, he had actually managed to learn the shadow mentality. It was just like how he had learned the space mentality when he was observing the space power. After learning the shadow mentality, Yi Chen's separating shadow flying art could only be described as mysterious and unpredictable. Within a flash, his shadow could be seen everywhere. Yi Tianhao, who had accidentally witnessed this scene, had his mouth wide open, unable to come back to his senses for a long time. The shadow mentality had been successfully learned, but Yi Chen knew that if he wanted to train it to the shadow profound, there would still be a long way to go. Of course, once he managed to learn the shadow profound, his separating shadow flying art would definitely be an extremely horrifying profound flying art. After all, the more powerful the profound, the more powerful the corresponding martial art would be. This was proven by the void-shattering finger. Chapter 519. We have reached the Windy Nation. It is indeed quite a long journey. On top of a huge tree next to the Rocky Mountain, a man in a black robe looked into the distance. Under the tree, there were 7 or 8 corpses lying on the ground. All of them had their brains taken out. Next to them were a man and a wolf. The one who had eaten the brains was the wolf, a beast with red fur and eyes all over its forehead. Hey, Ink Wolf, every time I come out with you, it is always so bloody. Can you tell your dream-eating wolf to eat less? The man in the black robe standing on the tree said unhappily. The man in the black robe, who was stroking the beast's fur, said indifferently, "No, the brain has the energy it needs, unless you can find some clam beasts." "Where can I find clam beasts?" "Never mind, just put it away. Let's hurry. It has been 2 months since the tea gathering. That brat might leave already. Once we kill him, your dream-eating wolf's head will belong to you. This is the head of a genius, after all." It would take some time for the news to spread. Although the two had left as soon as possible, it had already been 2 months. Hearing the words "the head of a genius," the man in the black robe who was stroking the dream-eating wolf sneered and slowly straightened his body. "Remnant soul, come in." He patted on the metal tag on his waist. Shoo! The dream-eating wolf turned into a beam of light and disappeared into it. This metal tag was the size of a palm, with an ancient character, beast, written on it. It was a beast tag that was even rarer than a storage ring. The beast tag contained a space inside, which could be used to raise beasts. Of course, it would only work if the owner left his own soul mark on the beast's soul. Shoo! Shoo! The two flashed once and disappeared, leaving behind the horrifying corpses. The poetic perspective of shadow is indeed mysterious. It contains the power of Een, but it is not as pure as the poetic perspective of Een. It also contains something else. Thinking of shadow, most people would think of the sun. Standing under the sun would produce a shadow. Therefore, the shadow was the opposite of the sun. Since the sun contained the poetic perspective of yang, the opposite of the shadow was undoubtedly related to the poetic perspective of Een. However, the truth was not absolute. The creation of shadows did not necessarily require strong sunlight. As long as it could emit light, it could create a shadow. For example, if a flame had light, it could create a shadow. If lightning had light, it could also create a shadow. It seems that if I want to raise the concept of shadow to the shadow profound, I will need to understand more of the mysteries of the world. The shadow profound is much more complicated than most profound. There were stone tables and chairs beside the lake. Yichen stopped cultivating and walked over. He sat on the stone chair and drank tea while looking at the lake. "Ink Wolf, it's him." Several hundred miles away from Luo City, 2 black-robed men appeared. The slightly skinny black-robed man closed his eyes and sensed Yichen's presence through the airflow. The black-robed man, called Ink Wolf, smirked. "There's no need to ambush him. Just kill him. My dream-eating wolf can't wait any longer." "You." The skinny black-robed man shook his head as a cruel smile appeared on his face. Obviously, Ink Wolf had the same idea as him. To deal with a little guy who had not even reached the Sea of Souls realm yet, there was no need to ambush him. It was a strategy for dealing with people who were more powerful than them. The tallest buildings in Luo City used to be the towers, but now the tallest building was Yi Chen's golden statue, which was hundreds of meters tall. Standing on top of it, one could see every corner of Luo City. The normally sacred golden statue had 2 uninvited guests. They were wearing black robes, and they were standing on top of the statue, looking toward where the Yi family was located. He is only a martial genius who has not grown up yet, and he already has his own golden statue. He would not even know how he died. Ink Wolf's feet shook once. The golden statue was full of cracks, seeming like it would shatter at any second. But there seemed to be a subtle balance, and not a single piece fell. Without looking at the golden statue that was about to shatter, the skinny black-robed man pushed his eyesight to its limit, quickly finding Yi Chun, who was dozens of miles away. In his sight, a young man in blue was enjoying the scenery and drinking tea, looking very relaxed. As for his cultivation, he had reached the Sea of Souls realm. How long had it been? How did he reach the Sea of Souls realm already? Damn it! The skinny black-robed man cursed with a low voice. Ghost Cry, what's wrong? Ink Wolf did not pay attention to Yi Chun as long as there was Ghost Cry. Ghost Cry said with a creepy voice, he is already a Sea of Souls realm warrior. What? You are not mistaken, are you? Although I did not use my soul power to sense it at such a close distance, the Zhen Yuan vibration coming from his body was transmitted over through the wind Yuan Qi. It could not be fake. Although Ghost Cry did not think much of Yi Chun, he did not want to alert him either, so he used his soul power to observe. Reaching the Sea of Souls realm within 2 months. Interesting. Unfortunately, he is still going to die. What a shame. Ink Wolf was a bit surprised, but he soon recovered. They were not normal spirit realm warriors. Even if Yi Chun had reached the Sea of Souls realm, he would only be a bit more powerful than normal spirit realm warriors. Plus, there were 2 of them, plus a rank 10 dream-eating wolf. Huh. Second Master is right. This guy has to be killed. A powerful killing intent spread out of Ghost Cry's body. Who are you? Come down now. Groups of patrolling soldiers appeared around the golden statue. The leader of the patrolling soldiers pointed at the 2 on the statue and yelled, "Let's go." Ghost Cry did not care about the patrolling soldiers at all, shooting toward Yi Chen's direction. Hee. Ink Wolf followed closely. Before he left, he poured a wave of Zhen Yuan into the golden statue. Boom. As soon as the 2 of them left, the golden statue exploded. Tens of thousands of golden fragments shot out, covering a radius of several miles. Puff, 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 puff. Within a radius of several miles, the buildings were pierced through, and blood flowed like rivers. Countless people died. Next to the lake of the Yi family, Yi Chun turned his head and squinted his eyes. Using his soul power all the time would consume a lot of energy. Therefore, normally, Yi Chun would not release his soul power. He would only scan the Luo city once in a while. When the 2 men in black were hundreds of miles away from the city, Yi Chun did not notice them. But when they got on top of the golden statue, Yi Chun noticed them. After all, he was very sensitive to gazes. He had seen the scene of the man in black stomping on the golden statue and killing countless people. Who are you? Yi Chun turned around, his sword chi rising up in the air. Brat, if you want to blame someone, blame yourself for being in the limelight. The tallest tree in the forest will be blown away by the wind. Ghost Cry's body art was very fast, just like the wind, but even more powerful than the wind. With a flash, he suddenly appeared and disappeared, throwing out a kick towards Yi Chun. Wind profound. Yi Chun could tell that Ghost Cry was good at the wind profound. The wind profound was vague, and it was especially powerful in terms of speed and change. Reverse Sky Thundercut. Holding the long sword with his left hand, Yi Chun threw out a reverse sword attack. Reverse sword. Ghost Cry was shocked. Yi Chun's attack was perfect to counter his speed and attacking angle. Being in the air, he hurried to flash once, avoiding the sword chi. You are looking for death. Ink Wolf followed behind Ghost Cry. After Ghost Cry avoided the attack, the sword chi wrapped around his body like a waterfall. It was as fast as lightning. Without any preparation, he hurried to throw out a blade attack to block the sword chi. Pap! Pap! The sword chi and the blade chi clashed, and Ink Wolf's whole body was blown away. Since you are already here, then stay. Shoo! His body bounced out. Yi Chun appeared in midair. He switched the sword to his right hand, throwing out a sword attack towards Ghost Cry, who was the closest to him. Wind Phantom. Ghost Cry's body shook, and dozens of illusionary shadows appeared, attacking towards Yi Chun together. The space shook intensely as the 2 exchanged hundreds of attacks within a second. Although Ghost Cry had created a lot of illusionary shadows, in Yi Chen's eyes, they were not much of a threat at all. With one sword attack, he shattered all of them, leaving only his real body, which was backing out quickly. It seems like I have underestimated you. Ghost Cry had wanted to kill Yi Chen with his speed, but he did not expect Yi Chen's sword art to be so fast and accurate, which made it hard for him to get close. Yi Chen said coldly, "No matter what your purpose is, today is the day you die. Running away is useless." "Ha ha, run. Do you really think you are some big shot? How dare you look down on us?" Wind, shadow, invisible hand. Ghost Cry laughed out of anger. He threw out his right hand, and the air was filled with shadows. Some of them were clenched into fists, some were palm blades, some were finger stabbing, and some were tearing the air apart. It was like there were dozens of people attacking towards Yi Chen, and each of them was different. Fast sword hell. Yi Chen's hand that was holding the sword disappeared, and a large amount of sword light exploded out. It was also like there were dozens of people waving their swords. However, the difference was that all of them were faster than Ghost Cry's dozens, because they were all pushed by the fast profound. With his amazing comprehensive ability, Yi Chen had just learned the fast profound 3 days ago, and he did not expect that there would be people coming to test it out right away. So fast, Ghost Cry was shocked. He could only watch his attack being cancelled out and bounced back. "Chenair, what happened?" Right then, Yi Tianhao arrived with a large group of Yi family warriors. "Die, all of you, on the other side." Ink Wolf waved his hand, and a black chi spread out in all directions, drowning Yi Tianhao and the rest within it. Swoosh! A beam of sword chi flashed past, and the black chi was cut in half, disappearing completely. Yi Chen yelled with a low voice, "Father, you guys should leave this area as soon as possible. The further, the better. Tell the others to leave the Yi family immediately." Yi Tianhao understood the situation right away, so he made up his mind and ordered everyone to leave. Separating shadows. After yelling, Yi Chen's body flashed once, and countless shadows appeared, layer upon layer, separating the two from the rest of the Yi family. "Brat, die!" While Yi Chen was distracted, Ghost Cry and Ink Wolf both attacked towards Yi Chen. Gold, Resonant Radiance attack. The golden blue sword light exploded, and Ghost Cry was blown away instantly. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth, and Ink Wolf was not feeling any better either. While he was dealing with Ghost Cry, Yi Chen pointed out his finger at Ink Wolf. That waist-thick Zhen Yuan finger ignored the spatial distance and landed on Ink Wolf's protective Zhen Yuan layer, blowing him away for miles as well. "Let's take him together." Ghost Cry's expression turned serious. Yi Chen's battling power was out of his expectation. Fighting 1 against 2, he still had the upper hand. Fortunately, they were not working together before, and were just doing their own thing. Chapter 5:20. Ghost Cry, stall him first. When he is not paying attention, I can let out the dream-eating wolf and let him enter the dream realm. As long as he enters the dream realm, he will lose control of his body and treat the dream as reality. Killing him will be as easy as flipping one's hand. Ink Wolf sent a Zhen Yuan message to Ghost Cry. Ghost Cry nodded as a wicked smile appeared on his face. Wind Shadow Shapeless Hand. Battle Wolf kill. The two regrouped, attacking toward Yi Chen together from the left and right. Yi Chen was not afraid at all as he waved his sword to welcome the incoming attack. A horrifying slaughter sword intent surrounded his body and eventually gathered on his long sword, which shone with a dark red light. The light was dreamy, carrying the purest killing intent in the world. The buildings of the Yi family started to shatter. Even though it was only a bit of that shocking sword intent, it had already darkened the sky completely, and the heavy clouds had reached the lowest point. Kill. As the battle reached its climax, Yi Chen waved out a sword attack. Gold-blue sword chi filled the sky, slicing through the dark clouds. Pooh! Ghost Cry and Ink Wolf both backed out, puking out a huge amount of blood. The two looked shocked. Who were they? They were the remaining elders of the 9 evil cult, with a cultivation at peak level mid-Sea of Souls realm, and had learned a couple of low-rank profound sense martial arts. Their martial will was not bad either, having already reached the martial soul, rank 3. Their experience and battling talent were not their weaknesses either. Otherwise, they would not have been able to become the elders of the 9 evil cult. With their power, they had joined hands to fight against Yi Chen, but they were still pushed back by the latter while puking out blood. How could there be such a ridiculous thing in this world? If this brat is not killed, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Ghost Weep gritted his teeth and spat out a sentence filled with killing intent. Hold on. Dream-eating wolf is the key to our mission, Ink Wolf reminded Ghost Cry. I know. Let him be arrogant for a while longer. After blowing away the two with one sword attack, Yi Chen performed his sword steps and approached the slower Ink Wolf. Before the latter could react, he stabbed out an amaranthan nature attack. The space pattern spread out along the sword body, and the blue sword light kept on shooting out. Not good. Danger. Ink Wolf was fully aware of Yi Chen's offensive power. Even if he were to fight and attack head-on, he would still vomit blood and be forced to retreat. If he were to use his protective Zhen Yuan to resist, he would definitely be courting death. Dang! Blinding sparks flew. Ink Wolf took out a high-grade shield just in time to block Yi Chen's sure-kill sword. Quick sword hell. Using the counterforce, Yi Chen pulled away from Ink Wolf. Using the Profound of Fast, he fully performed the speed sword prison. The lightning-fast sword light almost covered the entire area where Ink Wolf and Yi Chen were standing. At the same time, countless streams of energy exploded, and a few blood flowers bloomed. Damn it! Ink Wolf held his saber in one hand and his shield in the other as he was sent flying again. Blood spurted out from his shoulder, left rib, and thigh. Those were wounds caused by the speed sword prison. Even with the long saber and shield, he couldn't completely dodge the sword light. Is there no way to wound it? Yi Chen frowned. Although the name of the speed sword prison sounded nice, it was actually just a sword attack that could be thrown out in a split second after comprehending the Profound of Fast. In terms of power, it was still not as powerful as the original sword attack. After all, the speed was too fast, and the power would be scattered. The speed sword prison was very simple, so Yi Chen didn't have to spend too much time on it. Otherwise, how could he create a sword movement in just 3 days? Naming it Speed Sword Prison was just his ambition for the fast sword. He believed that the weakness of this movement would slowly disappear, and he would be able to use it one day. Wind kill. Behind him, Ghost Cry found the chance and pointed out a finger attack. This finger attack contained a powerful cutting power, as if it was a huge amount of wind blades. Chin. Sparks flew everywhere. Yi Chen held the sword hilt with his backhand, blocking Ghost Cry's attack. He then used the chance to turn around and throw out a sword attack with his right hand. Gold Resonant Radiance Sword. The Gold Resonant Radiance Sword was Yi Chen's most powerful single-target sword attack. The intense, vibrating power attacked out, and the sword chi-shattered Ghost Cry's protective Zhen Yuan. However, Ghost Cry was not that easy to kill. At that critical moment, he activated his Zhen Yuan and let out a shrill sound wave. It was like a ghost's cry, low and deep. It went straight into one's soul, making it hard for one to get out of it. It lowered the warrior's battle consciousness to the lowest level and made him fall into a deep state of fear. Being disturbed by the sound wave, Yi Chen's sword attack was slowed down by half a beat. Ghost Cry dodged it, and his own reaction was also slowed down by half a beat. Ink Wolf, do it now. Blood shot out of his shoulder, which was caused by the sword chi. Ghost Cry yelled at Ink Wolf, "Remnant Soul, come out!" Ink Wolf knew that this was a rare opportunity, so he put away his top-rank shield and patted the beast tag on his waist with his left hand. A huge wolf with red hair and eyes on its forehead rushed out. "Create dream world," Ink Wolf ordered. Awoo. Hearing him, the eyes on Dream-Eating Wolf's forehead shone with a dim light. The dim light expanded and turned into a dark light cover, covering all three of them. Since the Dream-Eating Wolf's target was Yi-Chun, Ghost Cry, and Ink Wolf were not affected by the dim light at all. What is this place? Yi-Chun arrived at a desolate plain, surrounded by huge red wolves. Their eyes shone with a dim light as they stared at Yi-Chun cruelly. Awoo, awoo. The leading red wolf howled once, attacking at Yi-Chun first. The other wolves followed, right behind, rushing over like a flood. Kill! Yi-Chun waved out his sword, killing a huge number of them. However, there were just too many of them. There was no end to them, and their numbers were uncountable. It was impossible to kill them all, and they were not afraid of death at all. No, this is not real. Yi-Chun had the slaughter sword spirit, and his slaughter sword intent was more powerful than all of the master-level warriors. The reason why he was confused was because he had never encountered this kind of attack before. If it were someone else, they would not be able to think at all and would only fall into a surreal world. They would numbly defend and kill until the surreal time was over. A moment inside was not even the blink of an eye outside. Let's kill him now. Ghost Cry was about to make his move. Ink Wolf hurried to say, "No, he has just fallen in. If you make a move, he will wake up and all our efforts will be wasted." Then how long do we have to wait? No hurry. Wait until he sinks deeper, and that will be the time to kill him. Ink Wolf was very confident about the Dream-Eating Wolf's ability to create dreams. The power of the Dream-Eating Wolf did not lie in its power as a rank 10 beast. In fact, although the Dream-Eating Wolf was a rank 10 beast, its power was similar to a rank 9 beast. However, the Dream-Eating Wolf had the ability to create dreams, which was even more powerful than the sea serpent's illusions. The latter could only make people hallucinate, making them think that what they were seeing was real, and their bodies could still move freely. However, the former could make people fall into a dream directly, making them think that they could move. But in fact, it was just a dream, and their bodies could not move at all. Hee, when the time comes, tell me. Ghost Cry reached out his right index finger, and the power of the wind kill started to gather. The white light ball seemed to be made of countless compressed wind blades. With one finger, most of the objects would be pierced through. Break! On that desolate grassland, Yi-Chun closed his eyes. When he opened them again, he roared, and a horrifying sound wave spread out. In the outside world, a cold light flashed through Yi-Chun's eyes. While Ghost Cry was still in a daze, the long sword in his hand changed from a wave into a stab, piercing through Ghost Cry's throat. Fresh blood spurted out, and Ink Wolf, who was not far away, was shocked. Destroying a dream. What level of willpower does that require? Ink Wolf was very clear that anyone below the master level would not be able to destroy a dream within a second and break out of it. Even for a master level warrior, if they encountered the Dream-Eating Wolf for the first time, they would most likely die. The second master had sent him here because he knew that Yi-Chun was raising an extremely rare rank 10 Dream-Eating Wolf. With the Dream-Eating Wolf's ability to create dreams, even if he encountered a master-level warrior, he might still be able to put up a fight, and might even be able to kill him. Could it be that his willpower has already surpassed the master level? Ink Wolf thought of a possibility, and his face turned extremely pale. He did not even care about the dream-eating wolf, whose soul had been injured, and ran away as fast as he could. Putting away his long sword, Yi Chen sneered and flicked his fingers. Swoosh! Beams of lotus heart sword chi that were as thin as bullets shot out, forming a dense sword chi tornado. The sword chi tornado instantly covered Ink Wolf, attacking him indiscriminately. His soul power had sensed countless sword chi attacks, so Ink Wolf hurried to take out his top-rank shield to protect his back. However, there were just too many sword chi attacks, and the shield's defensive range was limited. Swoosh! His right arm was cut off from the shoulder, and then his right calf, left calf, neck, head. When the top-rank shield lost control, it fell down from the sky. Ink Wolf was instantly turned into a sieve, and eventually turned into a rain of blood. Stopping the sword chi attack, Yi Chen let out a breath. Those two people and one wolf were indeed horrifying. It was not that he did not want to perform the sword chi tornado right from the start, but he was not confident that he could kill the two of them with one attack. If he performed the sword chi tornado and scared the other one away, it would be a disaster. Therefore, he had been waiting for a chance to kill the two of them with one attack. However, he did not expect that there would be another horrifying red wolf. If he had guessed it right, that red wolf should be a dream-eating wolf that was about to go extinct, and it had the power to create dreams. It was similar to the Shun beast that he had met in the 9 curves and 18 curves. Amidst the blood rain, a light spot and a metal tag fell down. Yi Chen reached out his hand and sucked them into his hand. The light spot was a storage ring, and the metal tag was a beast tag with the word beast carved on it. If he remembered it right, only the beast-controlling martial schools still had the method to make beast tags. A lot of martial institutions would need to buy beast tags from the beast-controlling martial school, and then capture some beasts that could be tamed. Without the tag, even if they could tame the beasts, they would not be able to bring them around, as it would be too eye-catching. There were also different ranks for beast tags. The low-rank ones could only be used to raise beasts below rank 3, the mid-rank ones could be used to raise beasts below rank 7, and the top-rank ones could be used to raise beasts below rank 10. This beast tag was at least a top-ranked beast tag, and its value was immeasurable. It was not something that could be bought easily. Good stuff. But in terms of value, it is still not as valuable as the dream-eating wolf. The dream created by the rank 10 dream-eating wolf is way too horrifying. Even master-level warriors would be killed if they were not careful. I wonder how much effort they had put into raising this dream-eating wolf to this level. Looking at the dream-eating wolf, Yi Chen shook his head. This dream-eating wolf was almost half dead. The wound on its soul was not that easy to recover from, and its dream-creating power would be greatly reduced as well. But of course, he could not let it go to waste. He had to find a way to tame it, and one day it might be able to help him. Chapter 521. Early Sea of Soul Realm Cultivation. Rank 4 Sword Soul. Peak Rank 4. Profound Sense Martial Art. Great Alertness. Assassination Success Rate less than 30%. Personal Death Rate more than 50%. In a corner of Luo City, the color of the shadow suddenly became a bit lighter, as if something had disappeared. A clasping Yuan realm warrior who was walking by had no idea. Putting away the storage ring and the beast tag, Yi Chen lowered his head and looked in the direction of the Yi family. He could not help but reveal a bitter smile. Half of the Yi family had been flattened, and the ground was full of holes. There were a lot of pitch-black cracks that had spread to the nearby streets. Fortunately, he had blown the two away in time and flown far into the sky. Otherwise, with the power of the aftermath, the whole Luo city would have been destroyed. The destructive power of a sea of soul realm warrior was no joke. Shoo! Yi Chen flew toward the Yi family. Chenair, you're not hurt, right? Yi Tianhao and Shun Yuqing came to greet him. Yi Chen shook his head. How is the Yi family? Is anyone hurt? Fortunately, your initial battle was not that intense. Only a dozen people were heavily wounded, and 30 were lightly wounded. Nothing serious. Letting out a breath, Yi Chen said seriously, Father, Mother, this Luo city is no longer suitable for our Yi family to stay. You're afraid that someone will slaughter the Yi family if they can't find you. Shun Yuqing thought of the crux of the problem. Indeed, you've seen it for yourself. The destructive power of a Sea of Soul Realm warrior is very shocking. Not to mention, the Yi family, even a Luo city can be destroyed easily. Therefore, it will be very dangerous for you to stay here. I don't want to see you suffer. Because of me. Yi Tianhao frowned. But our Yi family has been living in Luo City for generations. I don't think many people would be willing to move away. How about this? Luo City's Yi family is still here, but we have to build an even bigger one. You guys can live there. Yi Chen thought for a bit and said, Where to build it? Yi Tianhao and Shun Yuqing looked at Yi Chen. Somewhere near the Rudra Martial School. In the entire Windy Nation, only the South Rudra Martial School was relatively safe, since everyone knew that it was a branch of the dragon god Celestial Palace. Wouldn't it be troublesome? Shun Yuqing was referring to Long Bai. After all, Shun Yuqing was an inner elder of the Rudra Martial School. Don't worry, there won't be any problems. Yi Chen had already displayed sufficient strength and potential, so this request wasn't excessive. In the future, he would pay back everything he owed Dragon God Celestial Palace, and even double it. The only thing he could do at the moment was to make himself even stronger. All right, Yi Tianhao nodded. In fact, with the Yi clan's current situation, as long as sect leader Long agreed verbally, everything else would not be a problem. The Yi clan did not lack gold or spirit stones. They had enough to build 7 or 8 bigger Yi clans. Half a day later, Long Bai arrived. The news about the battle between Yi Chen and the 2 Sea of Souls realm warriors had just reached the Rudra Martial School. Knowing that Yi Chen had eliminated the enemies, Long Bai didn't think much of it. She thought it was just 2 ordinary Sea of Souls realm warriors. Build the Yi clan near the Rudra Martial School? No problem. I'll go back and have people pick a good place for you. After chatting for a while, Yi Chen expressed his idea, and Long Bai immediately agreed. Protecting the Yi clan and letting Yi Chen roam the outside world in peace was what they should do. Yi Chen's current performance was no longer that of a small genius, but a growing genius. When he reached his peak, it would be the time for the dragon god Celestial Palace to reap the harvest. Receiving Long Bai's approval, the Yi clan became busy. Not only the Yi clan, but the entire Luo city was busy as well. The central plaza was destroyed, the golden statue shattered, the casualties, and the compensation for the deaths. All of these required the Luo City Lord Mansion and the Yi clan to make arrangements. Since it was because of Yi Chen, the Yi clan would be directly responsible for the compensation. 3 days later, the construction of the new Yi clan began. The location was chosen to be 200 li east of the Rudra Martial School. It was indeed a good place for feng shui. As for Yi Chen, he didn't participate in these matters and focused on cultivating. In another intact courtyard of the Yi clan in Luo City, it's been 2 months since I entered the Sea of Souls realm. My cultivation base has more or less stabilized. I'm about to eat the spirit pattern fruit to reach the peak of early Sea of Souls realm. Advancing from early Sea of Souls realm to the peak of early Sea of Souls realm actually didn't have much of an increase in battle power. It was just that the Zhenyuan would be more vigorous. However, having more vigorous Zhenyuan was also an advantage, as it would allow one to fight for a long time. Taking out the spirit pattern fruit, Yi Chen took a few bites and swallowed it. Gulp! The pieces of the spirit pattern fruit melted once in his mouth, turning into a rich spirit pattern yuan qi that poured into his meridians. As Yi Chun trained his martial art, the yuan qi slowly turned into Nujin yuan. During the night, Yi Chun had successfully reached the peak of early Sea of Soul's realm. His rich Shen yuan was like a huge river running around in his meridians and eventually flowing into the Zhan Yuan Ocean in his dantian. Letting out a breath, Yi Chun opened his eyes. His gaze was like lightning lighting up the whole room. It is indeed a top-rank spirit fruit. The yuan qi it contains is thousands of times more than top-rank soul stones, and it is even easier to absorb. After reaching the Sea of Soul's realm, Yi Chen's absorption of top-rank soul stones had slowed down a lot, since the Sea of Soul's realm Jinyuan was a couple times purer than the astral-reaching realm Jinyuan. A wolf howl was heard from outside the room, shaking the windows and making a loud noise. Yi Chun chuckled as he pushed open the door and walked out of the room. Inside the yard, a huge wolf with red hair and a lot of eyes on its forehead was lying on the ground. It was howling with its head raised, bringing up waves of qi. Seeing Yi Chun come out, the dream-eating wolf shut up immediately. Not bad. You know that running is useless. Yi Chun did not use any chains to lock the dream-eating wolf, since he did not have chains that were hard enough to lock a rank 10 beast. Normal chains were like pieces of wood in front of it. The dream-eating wolf spirit was still a bit low as it peeked at Yi Chun in fear. The fear that Yi Chun had brought to it was just too deep. Not only had he broken its dream, but he had also hurt its soul through the dream. All right, I will break the soul mark on your soul now. Remember, do not resist. Otherwise, you will be the one in trouble. If he wanted the dream-eating wolf to recognize him as its master, the first step would be to get rid of the soul mark that the man in black had left in the dream-eating wolf's soul. Only then would he be able to brand his own soul mark. Woo! The dream-eating wolf howled a couple of times and nodded. Walking in front of the dream-eating wolf, Yi Chun pressed his palm on its forehead. A powerful soul power poured into its body. Soon, his pupils shone with a silver light, which was very different from the soul power he had released before. The dream-eating wolf's body was shaking. It was not because it was hurt, but because Yi Chen's soul power was way too powerful. It was 5 times more powerful than its previous master. Not to mention the fact that it did not want to fight back. Even if it did want to, it would have obediently followed Yi Chen's orders. If it did not want to die, then it could not go against the young man in front of it. In the deepest part of the dream-eating wolf's soul, Yi Chun found a strange soul mark. The soul mark was a very complicated thing. It was like a totem, but also a spell. And the soul mark on the weapon was different from the one on the soul. The one on the weapon would need to be replenished every once in a while the one on the soul would not need to be replenished at all. It would be rooted in the dream-eating wolf's soul, absorbing the soul power of the dream-eating wolf. In other words, as long as the dream-eating wolf did not die, this soul mark would exist forever, unless someone came to get rid of it. If Yi Chun were only a normal Sea of Soul's realm warrior, it would be very hard for him to get rid of the soul mark. But his soul power was unbelievably powerful. Without harming the dream-eating wolf, he only needed to slightly circulate his soul power to get rid of the original soul mark. Soul mark. After getting rid of the strange soul mark, Yi Chun started the second step, which was to brand his own soul mark. With this soul mark, the dream-eating wolf would not dare to betray him anymore. As long as Yi Chun willed it, it would be in so much pain that it would want to die. The dream-eating wolf lied on the ground obediently, breathing heavily. Branding the soul mark would take a long time. It was not until midnight that Yi Chun stopped the the silver light in his eyes fading away. All right, you can go out and hunt now. Don't hurt anyone, and don't run too far away. Yi Chen knew that the damage to the dream-eating wolf's soul would not be healed in a short period of time. If there were no soul-healing medicines, it would not be able to recover to its peak state in this lifetime. It might even leave some side effects. Therefore, letting it go out to hunt for food was a must. As for the dream-eating wolf's every move, it would not escape Yi Chen's senses. Deep inside its soul was his own soul mark, and only life and death realm warriors would be able to get rid of it. Hearing him, the dream-eating wolf rubbed against Yi Chen's clothes timidly, making a couple of low growls before turning around and disappearing into the night. A rank 10 demonic beast is indeed a rank 10 beast. Even if its power to create dreams is damaged, it is still way more powerful than a rank 9 beast. Easily sensing where the dream-eating wolf had gone, Yi Chen let out a breath. Next, he would need to get rid of the soul mark on the beast tag. Then, he would only need to keep the dream-eating wolf in the tag, and he would be able to take it everywhere without worrying about attracting attention. It was easy to get rid of the soul mark on the tag. After a quarter of an hour, the tag had completely changed owners and had become Yi Chen's tag. It is indeed a top-rank tag. The space inside is almost as big as the Yi families, and there is even natural yuan qi flowing in. Entering his beast tag with his soul power, Yi Chen saw the space inside the tag. It was a space that covered thousands of hectares. There were mountains and rivers, and the sky was dark and cloudy. Strands of natural yuan qi leaked in, nourishing the land and maintaining the balance of the space. The tag could not only keep one beast, especially the top-rank tag with a huge space. As long as the beasts were not allowed to kill each other, it would be able to keep at least dozens of beasts inside. Of course, Yi Chen had calculated it based on the size of normal beasts. If it were a beast with a huge body, it would probably be too crowded with just 1 or 2 beasts. Chapter 522. Second Master, this kid is tricky. I do not even have 30% confidence. Inside the dark underground building, the elder in black robes looked like he was thinking. Beside him, there was a lump of shadow from which came a dry voice, one word at a time. The elder in black robes lifted up his head, his face blurry. 2 cold stars shone in his eyes. You are my best assassin, and even you say that you do not have 30% confidence. It seems like he has already matured. People with great luck are hard to kill. It seems like the gods are on their side. But if our 9-ghost cult wants to kill him, even the gods would not be able to help. What is the plan, Second Master? Wait for the black demon to come out. Black demon! The shadow moved a little bit, and it was obvious that it was emotional. Nightmare, you should not stay idle during this period of time. Bring your assassins and kill one of the candidates for the deputy leader of the Yellow Dragon Palace, Li Shaoling. This kid is no less threatening than Yi Chen. Plus, he has the water spirit body. The elder in black robes had a cold look in his eyes. As long as it was a top martial genius related to the old Dragon King and Xianhou, he would kill them all. It would not be wise to let an enemy with potential grow. If it were not for the fact that the Master Union was so busy having to deal with all the information coming from all directions and also having to watch out for the dark power, he would have done it himself already. Star Regional Lake, east of the core area, this place was calm and peaceful. The lake water was deep blue, and there were no islands around. Looking into the distance, one could only see the sparkling water. On the surface of the lake, a small boat was parked there, and an old man was fishing leisurely. The fishing rod was like jade, and the fishing line was shining with a crystal-like luster. However, that fishing hook was not a normal fishing hook, but a finger-long, slightly curved silver sharp blade. The sharp blade was as thin as paper, and it seemed to be quite heavy. The fishing line was stretched taut, and even the wind could not move it. In the air near the boat, a middle-aged man wearing a scholar robe stood in the air, holding a book in one hand and the other behind his back. He seemed to be immersed in the world of books. "Fisherman, you said that the Treasure River Island would appear in a couple of days. But we have been waiting for a whole week, and nothing has happened. Are you sure you are not mistaken?" On the surface of the lake, not far away, there was a huge flower boat with an antique design. A beautiful woman in red stood at the bow of the boat. She stopped looking at the lake and said to the old man who was fishing. The old man focused his attention on the fishing line and said lightly, "Before the Treasure River Island appears, there will definitely be a 5-colored light shining on the surface of the lake. I will not be wrong. Let's just wait patiently." I have no idea where this island came from. Every time it appears, it seems like it was born out of thin air. But before it appears, it would leave behind some kind of sign. It is really hard to tell. The lady in red looked helpless. The middle-aged man glanced at the red-clothed woman and smiled. The world is full of wonders. There are too many things that you and I do not understand. It is better to read more books. What is the point of reading? If you did not spend so much time reading, you would be a master level C of Soul's Realm Warrior already. Hee, I'm just waiting for the right opportunity. Only the fisherman is free. The middle-aged man suddenly put away his book and stared at the lake in front of him with a sharp gaze. The lady in red and the fisherman had also noticed the anomaly. They did not even blink their eyes as they started to look more serious. Under the lake, a huge black shadow appeared out of nowhere. It was so huge that one could not even see the edge of it. They could only see the tip of the iceberg. Treasure River Island. Before the lady in red came, she had already checked the bottom of the lake and made sure that there was no trace of it. This black shadow was just too strange, as if it came from another world. Rumble! Soon, the endless black shadow appeared on the surface of the lake. The 5-colored light spread out, dyeing the air, the lake water, and the clouds into a colorful color. It was like a dream, and it was not real at all. It is indeed the Treasure River Island. The middle-aged man gasped as his sight was filled with 5 different colors. Through it, he saw an island that looked like a small continent. The island was covered in a layer of 5-colored light, making it impossible to see what was inside. It was exactly the same as the Treasure River Island that was described in the ancient books. The lady in red sounded excited. There are countless spirit plants on this island, including some extinct ones. If you are lucky, you might be able to find 1 or 2 top-ranked spirit plants. According to the rumors, someone had found the 9-twist reverse spirit plant, dragon blood plant, youth flower, and many other rare top-ranked spirit plants. The fisherman chuckled. Spirit plants are just one of them. The Treasure River Island is a mysterious island where all the treasures are gathered. All right, let's start to break the spell. This 5-colored light's defense and attacking power are not normal. Although we are all top spirit warriors, we cannot afford to be careless. The appearance of the Treasure River Island, no matter how troublesome it would be worth it. The lady in red and the middle-aged man chuckled, feeling very happy. Right then, some people were attracted by the 5-colored light from afar. It was a group of Sea of Souls realm warriors who had been wandering around the core area of the Star Regional Lake. The Star Regional Lake was one of the few lakes in the whole true spirit continent. It had a radius of millions of miles, and there were countless dangerous places, especially in the center of the core area. Even life and death realm warriors might not be able to make it back alive. Although the core area was relatively less dangerous Warriors below the Sea of Souls realm would not be able to go in and out as they wished, since the death rate would be extremely high. Therefore, most of the warriors who appeared in this area were Sea of Souls realm warriors. There were warriors from the South Rudra region, the Misty Snow region, the Wavy Cloud region, and even the Mountain region. This group of Sea of Souls realm warriors had been traveling together for years, exploring all kinds of dangerous places in the Star Regional Lake. The five-colored light from the island was too bright, and as long as they were within hundreds of miles, they would be able to sense it easily. Therefore, they rushed over immediately. This is the Treasure River Island. It is the Treasure River Island. Oh my God! Now that the Treasure River Island has appeared, our opportunity has come. One of the Sea of Souls realm warriors seemed to have thought of something, and his face lit up as he explained to his partner. What? It is the legendary Treasure River Island. The last time it appeared was 100 years ago, right? No one knew when the island would show up, so it was all up to luck. Therefore, no one knew when the island would show up and how many years it would take to show up. After all, it was possible that when the island appeared, there would be no one around, and then it would disappear again. Huh. The lady in red sneered as she exchanged a look with the middle-aged man and the elder. Your fortuitous encounter ends here, said Yi Shiwen. The elder stood up and waved the fishing rod in his hand. The silver sharp blade that was attached to the fishing line shot out. The fishing line seemed to be bouncy, as it could reach dozens of miles with ease. Because of its crystal-like appearance, the fishing line was barely visible, which was hard to notice. Pooh! The silver sharp blade made an arc in the air, piercing through the throat of a Sea of Souls realm warrior. Then, with the bouncy effect of the fishing line, it shot backward, slicing through the other two Sea of Souls realm warriors. Blood splashed everywhere. The Sea of Souls realm warrior who had his throat pierced through clutched his neck and fell down from the sky in shock. He did not even see how the elder had attacked him. Meanwhile, the other two Sea of Souls realm warriors nearby were suddenly sliced in half. The cut surface was smooth like a mirror. Looking at the fishing line that had been pulled back, a blood-colored light shone on it as a drop of blood splashed out. The silver sharp blade and the fishing line could both kill. Run! After a slight pause, the other Sea of Souls realm warriors started to run for their lives. The elder was way too powerful. He had killed 3 of their partners within a second. Plus, that silver sharp blade and fishing line seemed to be extremely sharp, which meant that they might be top-rank weapons as well. Shoo! 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 After 3 of them had died, there were only 6 Sea of Souls realm warriors left, and they started to run toward the distance. 100 flowers. The lady in red had a cold expression on her face as she shook her hand and shot out a huge amount of bright light shards. They were crystal chips that looked like all kinds of flower petals. With a flash, they landed among the 6 warriors. All of a sudden, another 2 warriors had fallen down, and another 2 had been badly wounded. Their running speed had been reduced drastically. Flash sword. The middle-aged man's weapon was a sword, a thin and long sword. His long and slim hand held onto the sword handle as he waved out a sword attack. Pooh! A bright light shone, and the 2 badly wounded warriors were sliced into pieces. The remaining beam of light caught up with one warrior who was slower than them and cut off half of his body. The 3 of them had killed 8 Sea of Souls realm warriors with just one attack. It was as easy as eating and drinking. However, the last Sea of Souls realm warrior was extremely fast as he disappeared into the sky. The elder's eyes shone as he said slowly, "His flying art contains the profound of thunder. No wonder he is so fast. Let's not waste any more time. Let's break through the colorful light first and get into the island." The lady in red and the middle-aged man nodded. They did not look too good, and the carefree mood they had before had disappeared completely. Thousands of miles away, the Sea of Souls realm warrior who had just escaped was still scared, his face pale. So scary. I did not even have the power to fight back. The good thing is that I am at mid-Sea of Souls realm, and my flying art contains the profound of thunder. These three are so powerful. Once I get into the island, I will definitely die if I run into them. But giving up on the island is not my style either. It is such a rare opportunity, so I will have to try. What should I do? What should I do to grab this opportunity? Oh, right. Spread the news out. The man's eyes brightened as he said, excitedly, there are a lot of treasures on the island. It might not be a bad thing if more people go there. No matter how big the cake is, it would have to be big enough for one person to eat. Since I cannot eat it all, why don't I spread the news out? I don't believe that the three of them would be able to kill everyone else. Let's do this. After making up his mind, the man did not stop and flew toward the nearest mountain region. The news about the Treasure River Island had spread out very fast. Normally, it would be great if there were only a few people who knew about the secret. However, this time, it seemed like someone had been pushing it in the dark, so a lot of people knew about it. But of course, they were all close to the Star Regional Lake. If the distance was too far, the news would not be able to spread out. Since the person behind the scenes did not want everyone to know about it, those who knew about it all kept it a secret and headed toward the place where the island would appear. Inside the martial city of the Black Dragon Empire, Treasure River Island, Yi-Chun had just arrived in the martial city of the Black Dragon Empire recently. He wanted to go through the city and trade for some pellets or medicines with some Sea of Souls realm warriors. These things were for his parents, so that they could reach the astral reaching realm as soon as possible. After all, he already had the power and the identity of a Sea of Souls realm warrior. So why not do more for his parents? All of these things would be very easy for him. Just before, when he was about to talk with a Sea of Souls realm warrior in the martial city, someone sent a Zhan Yuan message to them, telling them that the island had appeared somewhere in the Star Regional Lake. Sorry, I will leave now. The Sea of Souls realm warrior, who was talking with Yi-Chun, had heard the news and left in a hurry. Yi-Chun did not mind, since there were a lot of treasures on the island. Perhaps he would be able to find some medicines that could help his parents increase their cultivation. If it were before, I would have to think about it. But now that I am not that weak anymore, it is a must for me to enter the island. His eyes flashed as Yi-Chun left the room. Chapter 523. The huge island had a circumference of nearly 1,000 miles. Because the multicolored light was too dazzling, the air could be seen from hundreds of miles away. Around the island, people kept coming over. Looking from afar, they looked like tiny black dots. It was already half a month after Yi-Chun found the Treasure River Island. The island was not ridiculously huge. At least Yi-Chun had seen a lot of islands that were bigger than this one. But none of the islands were covered in a layer of endless colorful light. It was exactly because of the existence of the colorful light that made the Treasure River Island look so majestic and magnificent, and it could shock one's soul. Boom! Not far away, a Sea of Soul realm expert launched an attack, wanting to break through the restriction. However, the multicolored light was exceptionally tough, bouncing him back. Not only that, the multicolored light separated into numerous multicolored ribbons that chased after him. The colorful light bands were extremely fast as they intertwined with each other. Soon, that warrior was covered in sweat and blood. He backed out a couple of miles with an ugly expression on his face. Meanwhile, similar scenes kept happening around the island. Less than 30% of the warriors were able to break in. Taking out his emerald green longsword, Yi-Chun took a deep breath and threw out a sword attack toward the colorful light. A chi explosion sound was heard as an extremely thin gap was torn open in the colorful light. The edge of the gap was intertwined with colorful silk threads. Like a piece of cotton cloth being torn apart, the threads were still connected. Chi, chi. The colorful threads weaved back together and shot out even more colorful threads, turning into a light belt that attacked toward Yi Chen. Yi Chen's body flashed, avoiding the incoming light bands. What a strange power. It is actually made up of countless energy strings. My sky thunder cut with all of my power could only make a small crack. It is not enough for my whole body to get in. Swoosh! Cutting apart the light band in front of him, Yi Chen suddenly increased his speed, traveling through a couple of light bands. His long sword carried a golden blue light as it landed on the colorful light. A long crack appeared on the surface of the colorful light. The colorful strings kept being destroyed and regenerated, maintaining the balance for a while. Shoo! Yi Chen turned into a beam of light and shot in. Huh! He can actually barge in? The Sea of Souls realm warrior, who was in a sorry state before, noticed what was happening, and a shocked expression flashed through his face. As soon as he entered the multicolored light, above the island, Yi Chen's body sank as if there was an invisible force pulling him down, or as if there was a heavy mountain pressing down on his back. His Zhen Yuan and blood qi stagnated, and his breathing became stagnant. Yi Chen steadied himself when he was 10 meters away from the island's surface. Looking back, where the multicolored glow originally was, the sea of clouds was surging, and the fog was hazy. In the sea of clouds, there was an unhealed crack. Obviously, this crack was left when Yi Chen passed through the sea of clouds. Following the crack, Yi Chen saw the scene outside through the much softer multicolored glow. The scene was distorted and blurred, as if it had been refracted many times. Withdrawing his gaze, Yi Chen began to size up his current location. In his eyes, mountains were rising and falling one after another. Some of them were tall and green, while others were short and strange. On top of the mountains, there were waterfalls and fountains looking very beautiful. From time to time, there would be beautiful spirit light and treasure light shooting out, as if there was some kind of treasure there shining with its own radiance. Because he could not fly in the sky, Yi Chen could only see the mountains in a small area. His soul power was also greatly reduced in this place, and his detection range was not more than 5 miles. Without much hesitation, Yi Chen flew toward the area where the spirit light had shot out, trying his best to hide his aura along the way. After half the time it would take to make tea, Yi Chen found the source of the spirit light. In the crevice of the mountain rocks, there was a spirit flower with waxy white leaves and green flowers. This spirit flower was the size of a palm, and the tiny blood vessels on its stem were clearly visible, just like the meridians of a human body. Because there was too much spirit energy, this spirit flower was constantly releasing a condensed spirit light. Tendon refining flower. Yi Chen recognized the origin of this spirit flower. It was the tendon refining flower that he had obtained in the foggy area. The tendon refining flower was a mid-rank spirit flower, and one could be sold for 5,000 mid-rank soul stones. If it could be made into a tendon refining pellet with other precious materials, it could even be sold for 30,000 mid-rank soul stones. The meridians of the human body were very important, but they were also relatively fragile. If the meridians were not smooth, then the battling power would not be able to be used to its peak. If the meridians were broken, it would be a catastrophic injury for a warrior, and it would be very hard to recover. However, a tendon refining pellet could not only heal the broken meridians in a short period of time, but it could also strengthen the meridians, making them extremely tough. Although this tendon refining flower is a mid-rank spirit flower, it has probably reached the 10,000-year level. Even if it is not as powerful as the extreme rank spirit flower. It is not far from it. Yichen moved his mind and waved his hand. The tendon refining flower flew out of the soil and landed on his hand. He then put it into his storage ring. Inside the storage ring, there were many flower pots of different sizes, and the soil was very rich. In the corner, there were many jade bottles which contained the spirit liquid that could help the plants grow. He had bought these spirit liquids from some special places. As for the nutrition liquid that Wang Heng had given him before, he had already used it up. Planting the tendon refining flower in the pot and filling it with soil, Yi Chun withdrew his mind power and flew toward the next area where the spirit light exploded. So many spirit plants. Almost every mountain has spirit light shooting out. This is something unimaginable in the outside world. The two Sea of Souls realm warriors looked at each other, their faces full of joy. What are you waiting for? Let's go and pick them. Suppressing their excitement, the two pushed their Zhenyuan and flew at a low altitude. Ah, a wail was heard from another area. Right next to a blood-red spirit plant, there was a human and a beast. It was a Sea of Souls realm warrior with a pale face. One of his arms had been bitten off by something, and it was not blood that poured out from the wound. Instead, it was dirty pus, which was extremely disgusting. As time went on, his shoulders started to corrode, and more pus started to pour out. In front of him was a 10-meter-long blood-red poisonous snake. Its upper body was huge, and its tongue was sticking out of its mouth. A creepy light shone in its eyes. Damn it! Why is there a rank 9 blood dragon snake right next to the dragon blood plant? The warrior's face was full of despair. The blood dragon snake was an ancient beast, and its poison was extremely powerful. Without a special antidote, the victim would die for sure. Unless they reached the life and death realm and trained the undying body, they would be able to ignore the poison. Die. Knowing that he was going to die for sure, the warrior pushed his Zhenyuan and tried to fight back. Boom. The blood dragon snake's body did not move, but it waved its tail. Without even a shadow, this Sea of Souls realm warrior's chest caved in, and he was blown away. Blood dragon snake. Hundreds of meters away, Yi Chen stood on top of a hill. The hill was filled with lush greenery, covering him completely. Only his eyes could be seen. The blood dragon snake's name was well known to Yi Chun. Among all the poisonous creatures in the world, the blood dragon snake could be ranked in the top 10. It was said that no one under the life and death realm would be able to handle its poison, and when the blood dragon snake reached adulthood, it would have the power of a rank 9 demonic beast, which was no weaker than the water ape race. Judging only based on rank 9 might not be that high, but it was an ancient beast with an extremely powerful battling power. Normal water apes would not be able to compete with it. My power is only at the same level as the blood dragon snake. If I want to get the dragon blood plant, I will need to think of a plan. Although Yi Chun had reached the Sea of Souls realm and had the power of a top spirit warrior compared to Sun Shaojin, he might not be as powerful as him. Judging from this, the blood dragon snake's power would definitely not be weaker than his, not to mention that it had the top 10 poison, which would definitely be a powerful ace. After thinking for a while, Yi Chun still could not come up with a good plan. Once a demonic beast reached rank 9, its intelligence would be no different from a normal human being's. So, it would be hard for him to trick it with his cheap tricks. I guess I will have to use my separating shadow flying art to get it. After making up his mind, Yi Chun walked out of the grass and pushed his Zhenyuan to its limit, jumping out into the air. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood dragon snake noticed Yi Chun right away. Its scales opened up and its body expanded. A purple-green beast chi spread out from its body. Pooh! A poison arrow shot out like lightning. All the plants in its path started to wither, unable to handle the poison qi. Separate. His body was like a shadow as Yi Chen's real body shot out from the shadow and appeared behind the blood dragon snake, right near the dragon blood plant. The blood flood dragon snake's reaction was extremely fast. The scales on its back trembled and fell off. With a tremble in the air, they shot out with crackling sounds. Indeed hard to deal with. Yi Chen did not dare to underestimate the attacking power of the scales. Only his upper body was wearing the top-rank defensive treasure, the gold armor. His limbs and head were not protected at all. Once his protective Zhenyuan was broken, he would definitely be badly wounded. After all, he had only trained his immortal body to the first level, which was flesh recovery. It was not really immortal. Turning shadow. His body turned thin, turning into a shadow as Yi Chen shot out toward the dragon blood plant. Above him, the sound of the scales breaking through the air could be heard. Yi Chen's separating shadow flying art was too amazing. Even if the blood dragon snake had thousands of attacks, it would not be able to stop him in time. It could only move its body and chase after him. Seeing that the dragon blood plant was about to be in his hands, a crystal-like light appeared in the air out of nowhere. It was faintly discernible, looking extremely creepy. Yi Chen sensed it and twisted his body, trying to avoid it. Swoosh! All of a sudden, a hair-thin crack appeared on the ground. At the end of the crack was the location of the dragon blood plant. With a flash of silver light, it stabbed into the soil underneath the plant, digging out the plant along with the soil. The speed was so fast that it was almost beyond Yi Chen's sight. This dragon blood plant, this old man will gladly accept it. The voice came from afar. What made Yi Chen's expression change was that before the old man left, he had thrown out a qi wall to block his way. If he backed off, it would be the furious blood dragon snake. Old man, you are too unkind. You stole my things, and now you want to kill me. Yi Chen's soul power could cover 5 times more than Sea of Souls realm warriors, reaching 5 miles. Therefore, the appearance of the old man was clearly seen by him. As for the old man, he knew nothing about him, since Yi Chen's soul power was 1 level higher than his after all. Chapter 524. Ji. Behind him was the ferocious blood dragon snake, and in front of him was the thick qi wall. If he went left or right, he would be blocked by the blood dragon snake. Yi Chen had nowhere to go. I can't fight with the blood dragon snake. Ancient beasts have the strongest defense. Without 1 to 4 hours, it would be hard to kill it. If both of us get injured, it would only benefit that old guy. Thinking quickly, Yi Chen withdrew his protective Zhenyuan. Layers of sword light floated around his body. Shoo! The sword light carried his body and shot toward the qi wall. Pung! The mud behind him splashed out. The blood dragon snake's tail was as red as jade and as hard as diamond, leaving a deep hole in the ground. Swoosh! The sword light was condensed with the supreme slaughter sword will. The moment it touched the wall of qi, it only paused for a moment before it broke through the wall of qi and smoothly passed through. Through the qi wall, Yi Chen locked onto the figure of the elder in the distance and chased after him at an extreme speed. Behind him, although the blood dragon snake's speed was not slow, it could not compete with Yi Chen's sword-light flying art. Within 2 to 3 breaths' time, it had been thrown a couple of miles away, its creepy eyes filled with anger. Old guy, hand over the dragon blood plant, and I will pretend this never happened. Soon, Yi Chen was only 1 mile behind the elder. The scenery on both sides was moving backward rapidly like a bubble. The elder was wearing a straw raincoat and a bamboo hat. Without even turning his head, he chuckled and said, "Little brother, you can instantly break through the qi wall and escape from the blood dragon snake's pursuit. Your strength is not bad, but it is still not enough in front of this old man. If you know what's good for you, you should leave immediately before I get angry. Oh, seems like you have made up your mind not to return it. Yi Chen's tone was calm, giving people an unfathomable feeling. Treasures belong to the fated. The dragon blood plant should belong to me. Then die. After chasing for 300 meters, Yi Chen pointed out his left index finger in the air. A waist-thick cyan, Zhan Yuan finger shot out, creating a water-like pattern in the air. This is space mentality. The elder looked back, and his pupils shrank. Without enough time to dodge, he swung his left hand backward. Dang! The old man's hand shone with a golden light, and a golden shield appeared. The Zhan Yuan finger smashed on the golden shield, making a teeth-aching metal explosion sound. Sparks flew everywhere like fireworks. Staggering back a few steps, the old man stood on top of a boulder and looked at Yi Chen. Since you really want to die, this old man will fulfill your wish. There were a lot of treasures on the island, and the elder did not want to get involved with Yi Chen. However, that was under the condition that Yi Chen would not bother him. The old man shook his head slightly and pulled back his fishing rod. In front of him, the silver blade circled around with Yi Chen as the center, and the transparent fishing line wrapped around Yi Chen. As long as the circle shrank, even if Yi Chen's defense was twice as strong, he would still be cut in half. Shadow splitting. At that critical moment, Yi Chen left behind a shadow while his real body shot up into the sky, reaching a height of 10 meters. Old man, it's my turn. Once in the air, Yi Chen flicked both of his hands. The instant the space rippled, the lotus heart sword chi shot out towards the old man like a torrential rain. Danger! The old man took a deep breath and threw out a palm attack on the ground. Rumble! A sand wall with a yellow halo appeared, blocking in front of the sword chi. There were so many sword chi that the sand wall could only block for a blink of an eye. After that, it was punctured into a sieve and landed on the old man's protective Zhan Yuan. Earthwalking art. The old man was hit by a couple of sword chi attacks. In his shock, his feet sank into the sand, disappearing without a trace. In midair, Yi Chen sneered. The lotus heart sword chi's attacking range expanded like a summer storm, turning the area where the old man had disappeared into thousands of holes. Earth-shattering palm. A figure covered in blood rushed out from the sand under Yi Chen's feet, throwing out a palm attack. The palm power was extremely powerful, and it seemed to be able to shatter anything that touched it. Gold resonant radiance sword. Yi Chen was already prepared for the old man to jump out of the sand and attack him. His body slid back a step, and he held his long sword in his right hand before throwing it down. Boom! The golden-green sword beam and the earthy yellow palm energy collided. One contained a vibrating force, while the other contained a crushing and explosive force. The resulting energy exploded, forming a golden, green, and yellow light ball that swallowed both of them and expanded rapidly. Pooh! The old man puked out a mouthful of blood and fell down into the sand. Yi Chen's body bent and shot up into the sky, enduring the extreme pressure. Take another sword attack of mine. Yi Chen was the first one to recover from his paralysis. He followed the pressure and threw out another sword attack. The bright sword light was like a solar storm. Before the sword chi even arrived, a sword hole had already appeared on the surface of the sand. Countless grains of sand had been shattered into tiny particles by the vibrating sword pressure. This brat is tricky. The old man had to dig deeper. He was only a few hundred meters deep when the huge power started to spread out on the sand layer by layer. Sensing that the old man was still alive, Yi Chen threw out one sword attack after another, showing the power of the gold resonant radiance sword without a doubt. Damn! So, getting his dragon blood plant and injuring the old man was already the best outcome. Shoo! His body flashed once as Yi Chun turned into a beam of light and disappeared. Letting out a breath, the old man looked at the direction where Yi Chun had left with a dark look in his eyes. Yuan Splitting Tower is an extreme rank item, but it is the worst among all the replicas. Each time I use it, it will be damaged a little. After using it this time, I wonder how long it will last. The reason why the old man wanted to return the dragon blood plant was not because of anything else, but because he cherished the Yuan Splitting Tower. Even if the tower was damaged, it was still a life-saving treasure. Unless it was a life or death situation, he would not use it. So, naturally, he would not waste time with Yi Chun. Putting away the Yuan Splitting Tower, the old man left the place quickly, disappearing into the horizon. Chapter 5:25. A couple of miles away, the image of the elder leaving appeared in Yi Chen's mind. He could see the subtle changes in the elder's expression and eyes. Dragon blood grass, a spirit plant that contains the blood of a dragon. The blood of a dragon is just like a spirit crystal stone, having a huge effect on the improvement of the spirit body. This dragon blood grass is almost 3,000 years old, which is at least equivalent to 30 normal spirit crystals. Most importantly, the blood of a dragon contains the power of a dragon. Even if there is only a trace of it, it is still very precious to a body training expert. Yi Chun was very clear about the value of the dragon blood grass. Using it as a spirit crystal stone would be a bit overkill. The power of a dragon contained in the blood of a dragon was the most essential part of it. When the old man chose to give up on the dragon blood grass, he must have had a moment of hesitation and heartache. However, this had nothing to do with Yi Chun. It was fine as long as he got the dragon blood grass. Shoo! His body flashed as Yi Chun turned into a shadow and shot out. In the next half a day, every time Yi Chun passed by a mountain, he would obtain a few valuable spirit plants. These spirit plants were at least 2,000 to 3,000 years old, while the older ones were at least 10,000 years old. Of course, once the spirit plants reached 10,000 years old, they basically could not continue to grow anymore. In fact, many of the same spirit plants could not even live for a few hundred years. Those that could live for a few thousand years were the best of the same kind. Therefore, they could withstand the passage of time. After passing through dozens of mountains, Yi Chun came to a flat area surrounded by mountains. The spirit chi in this area was very dense, and there was a drizzle in the air. This drizzle was not normal rain, but spirit rain condensed from spirit chi. Opening his hand and grabbing a handful of spirit rain, Yi Chun could clearly feel that the spirit rain had turned into spirit chi and merged into his body, being refined into pure Jin Yuan. What a terrifying spirit chi! Training here would not be slower than training with top-rank spirit stones. Moreover, after a long time, the body would be nourished by the spirit chi, and it would be able to improve the spirit body even faster. Yi Chun sighed inwardly, feeling quite emotional. The flat area occupied a very wide area. After flying for 4 to 5 miles, Yi Chun finally arrived at the center of the area. Here, he finally understood why the spiritual energy in this area was so thick that it was drizzling. It turned out that this was a medicinal garden surrounded by a vine fence. The vine fence was very high, around 50 meters high. Yi Chun didn't think that he could fly over, but of course he didn't need to. In front of him was an entrance propped up by 2 giant trees. Through the entrance, he could see the colorful and brilliant colors of the medicinal garden. So many spirit herbs. I've struck it rich this time. Once I get out and exchange them for upper spirit stones, I won't have to worry for the rest of my life. What's the point of exchanging them for upper grade spirit stones? exchanging them for pills to increase one's strength with a rank 5 sect is the way to go. That's true. Hurry up, there are more and more people. Yichun was not the first to discover the herb garden. There were already many people inside, all busy picking herbs and enjoying themselves. Star spirit fruit, meridian cutting plant. No one wants to pick them. Yichun noticed some of the spirit plants on the edge. There were a lot of different kinds of spirit plants, and a few of them caught Yichun's attention. They were the star spirit fruit, which could help peak level late, clasping Yuan realm warriors to reach the astral reaching realm, and the meridian cutting plant, which could increase the training potential of warriors below the Sea of Souls realm. But it was not that surprising, since all of the people here were Sea of Souls realm warriors. Who would want to pick the top and mid-rank spirit plants? Everyone would be fighting for the ones that would be useful to them. Come here. Yichun waved his hand, using his Zhen Yuan to loosen up the soil. He was about to pull out a couple of mid-rank spirit plants through the air, but what surprised him was that the soil in the garden had been nourished by the spirit qi, making it extremely hard. As the soil cracked open, the broken parts turned into crystal particles, making a cracking sound. No wonder these people are stepping on them one by one. If I were to try to take them through the air, it would only cause a huge amount of waste. Yichun shook his head and forced a smile as he also bent down to pick them. Mid-rank iron wire plant, mid-rank detoxification plant, top-rank yuan fruit, top-rank purple heart wood, top-rank heaven immortal tea. There were just too many spirit plants in the garden. If he were to pick them one by one, it would take him at least 10 days to half a month. But Yichun was not in a hurry. Once the Treasure River Island appeared, it would stay for 3 months. After that, it would disappear again. For him, time was more than enough. Who? Right then, a vibrating sound was heard from the center of the garden. It sounded like a bee, but was hundreds of times louder than a bee. There was also the sound of metal vibrating mixed in. The buzzing sound was getting louder and louder, eventually covering the whole area. Everyone stopped what they were doing and looked toward the direction of the sound. Gold, a bright gold color. Countless bright gold objects attacked toward everyone at a speed as fast as golden lightning. A couple of Sea of Souls realm warriors who were the closest to it widened their eyes and fell onto the ground. Their bodies were full of holes, and the color was light gold. Through some of the wounds, one could see a couple of pinky, finger-sized golden thorns. It was indeed these thorns that had pierced through their protective Zhen Yuan and bodies. It is the golden needle bee. Run! Someone let out a shrill scream as he tried his best to fly back. The others woke up from the shock and turned around to run as fast as they could. Yichun squeezed his eyes as he saw the so-called golden needle bee. It was the size of a palm, and its whole body looked like it was made of gold. The vibrating sound came from their wings, which vibrated at an extremely high frequency. Even with Yi Chen's soul power, he could barely tell what it was. There were a lot of them. With a rough estimation, there were at least hundreds of thousands of them. They turned into a wave of golden light, attacking toward Yichun. Run! Yichun did not have any other thoughts in his mind. The only thing he could do was to run as fast as he could. If he were too slow, he might lose his life in the garden and become the fertilizer for the spirit plants. Soon, Yichun arrived at the closest vine fence. He took out his emerald longsword and threw out a sword attack. Crack! The vine fence was unbelievably tough. Yi Chen's sword attack only managed to cut through a couple of arm-thick vines, which were as smooth as a mirror. Looking at the thickness of the fence, Yi Chen could not help but feel helpless. Compared to the whole fence, the few vines that had been cut off were only like a strand of hair on a human's body, which meant nothing at all. The screams were getting louder and louder. A lot of them stopped abruptly on the way, but soon more screams were heard without stopping for even a second. In the ancient era, the golden needle bee was 10 times more famous than the blood dragon snake. This kind of beasts might not be that powerful individually, but when they moved together, it would be a nightmare for the enemies. Their stingers contained a deadly poison that could easily pierce through the protective genuine. Their bodies were as hard as steel, and warriors with a higher cultivation might not be able to cut through their bodies. Moreover, their constantly flapping wings could leave a bone-deep wound on one's body. Damn it! Yichen gave up on cutting through the fence and flew towards the entrance a couple of miles away. Right now, he was starting to hate the size of the herb garden and the density of the spirit chi. The garden was huge, and it would take a while to fly to the entrance. The density of the spirit chi would create a huge obstacle, which would increase as one's speed increased, making it impossible for Yichen to break through the speed of sound. When Yichen was less than 100 meters away from the entrance, a group of golden needle bees had their eyes on Yichen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Like a golden bomber, the golden needle bees separated into 3 groups. One of them shot out with a speed that was too fast for people to react. Piss off! Yichen threw out a sword attack, and a golden cyan sword light shot out. Pooh! Chin! What made Yichen gasp was that besides one golden needle bee that was cut in half by the long sword, the rest of them were only blown away by the sword light. They flew back dizzily, with faint sword marks on their bodies. These guys are way too tough. Yichen understood that if he wanted to kill the golden needle bees, he would have to use close-range attacks. Sword chi and sword light would not be able to kill them at all. Shoo! 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 Golden thorns shot out one after another, making Yichen's scalp go numb. He shook his wrist and performed the speed sword hell, and the sword light shot out. The attacking power of the speed sword hell was not high, but blocking the golden thorns was not that hard. While fighting and retreating, Yichen finally reached the entrance. Without thinking, he rushed out with all his power. Once outside, the spirit chi was much thinner, and Yichen's speed started to increase again. But what made him feel helpless was that the golden needle bee's speed was also increasing at the same time, which actually shortened the distance between them. Biting on his teeth, Yichen let go of his protective genuine layer and performed his sword light flying spell, turning into a beam of sword light to escape. The golden needle bees were persistent, as if they would not stop until they caught up to Yichen. A wave of sword light and a wave of golden light, the two began a chase. After passing over a couple of mountains, Yichen arrived at a vast lake. He could not help but have an idea. After all, the golden needle bees needed to flap their wings to increase their speed. Under the water, flapping their wings would cause an unimaginable amount of resistance. On the other hand, warriors relied on genuine to move forward, so the resistance would not be as much as the golden needle bees. Splash! Yichen shot into the water. As expected, the golden needle bees that were chasing him stopped. A couple of them that could not stop in time followed Yichen into the water, but soon came out again. After circling around the lake for a couple of times, the golden needle bees gave up on chasing Yichen and went back to where they came from. Finally got rid of them. Under the water, Yichen let out a breath. Staying under the water for a while, Yichen saw that there was no more movement, so he got out of the water and chose a direction to fly. He could not go to the herb garden anymore. The outer part of the island was filled with spirit plants, and there were mountains everywhere. Going further in, there were fewer spirit plants. At least, they did not grow in clusters. Shoo! Yichen arrived in front of a magnificent palace. Entering the palace, Yichen focused his eyes. In the hall of the palace, there were 3 human figures. One of them was the elder in the straw cape who had fought with him before. Right then, The elder also looked over with a faint smile on his face. "Little brother, how have you been?" Yichen smiled lightly. What a coincidence. Indeed. The lady in red next to the elder laughed. "You are not the one who had embarrassed the fisherman, are you?" She had heard about it from the elder before, and she was quite surprised at that time. After all, according to the elder's description, Yi Chen was only in his 20s, and he already had the power to injure the fisherman. No matter how he did it, it was enough to shock people. Chapter 5:26. I am not that talented. Yi Chen had his back facing the door, so he could leave at any time. The lady gave him a thumbs up. Impressive. Among the young people who could make a fisherman suffer a loss, you are the third one. But in terms of age, you are the first. Little brother, you haven't used that dragon blood plant yet, right? The elder could not forget about the dragon blood plant. He was sure that Yi Chen had not used it yet. There were countless treasures in the Treasure River Island, and the latter would not waste his time on refining the plant. Yi Chen raised his eyebrows. So what if I did? So what if I didn't? How about this? You and I will make a deal. A 9-turn reverse spirit grass and a flood dragon grass for your dragon blood grass. The 9-turn reverse spirit grass can increase the lifespan of martial artists below life and death realm by 9 years. Moreover, it can strengthen the soul. I believe I don't need to explain what kind of benefits a powerful soul brings to martial artists. As for the flood dragon grass, its effect is almost the same as your dragon blood grass. 9-turn reverse spirit plant and flood dragon plant. Yi Chen was a bit surprised by the elder's gains. He knew the value of the 9-turn reverse spirit plant. Back when he was trapped in the bewildering fog forbidden zone, he had gotten 2 of them. He had used one and kept the other, which was indeed beneficial to the soul. No, Yi Chen said firmly. If he did not have the 9-turn reverse spirit plant, he might have considered it. Plus, the flood dragon plant was much weaker than the dragon blood plant. The 2 were not even on the same level. The dragon blood plant was a top-rank spirit plant, while the flood dragon plant was only a mid-rank spirit plant. The elder's face twitched a little. To be honest, he was already reluctant to trade the 9-turn reverse spirit plant. If it were not for Yi Chen's power, he might not have been able to keep him here. Therefore, the elder would definitely not trade with him. He would just kill him and take his treasure. But what he did not expect was that Yi Chen was not interested at all. It was as if the 9-turn reverse spirit plant was no different from a weed in his eyes. Is there really no room for negotiation? The elder did not give up. Yi Chen's expression did not change at all. Humph, little brother, it's better to leave some leeway for others. While talking, the elder sent a message to the lady and the middle-aged man. You too, if there is a chance, I will need your help. I cannot take down this brat by myself. As for the reward, I will do as you said before. All right. The middle-aged man and the lady in red did not try to bargain. They were only able to come to the island because of the information given to them by the other party. Since they were the first batch to come here, they would be able to get a lot more than the rest. Yi Chen saw that the 3 of them had a brief exchange of glances and sneered in his heart. As long as he did not make a mistake, no one below the master level would be able to stop him. Yi Chen took some time to look around the palace. The palace was very grand. Its length, width, and height were all measured in li. Around the palace, there were 36 golden stone pillars. Between every 2 golden stone pillars, there was a stone door. On top of the stone door, there was a number of ancient characters written from left to right, such as number 1, number 2, and so on. This seems to be the weapon forging palace for forging great weapons. Yi Chen caught a faintly discernible aura of a great weapon in the void. This aura did not come from a single great weapon, but was a unique aura formed by many different great weapons mixed together. Obviously, The three of them had also sensed that this palace was not normal. Their eyes flashed as they made a decision. Yi Chen's matter would be put aside for now. The great weapons were more important. If they could get a couple of top-rank great weapons, it would not be less than the dragon blood plant. Plus, such a huge weapon-forging palace would not only have top-rank great weapons, there might be semi-extreme rank and extreme rank ones as well. Let's go. The elder flew towards the nearest stone door, while the middle-aged man and the lady in red chose the two stone doors next to each other, leaving Yi Chen alone in front of the palace. How can I return empty-handed after entering the treasure mountain? It just so happens that I am still missing a top-rank greatsword. Although Yi Chen's 3 swords and 1 scabbard would also be a top-rank greatsword, it would not be that easy to use. However, as the Sky Thundercut and the Reverse Sky Thundercut were being perfected, 2 top-rank greatswords would be necessary. Shoo! Yi Chen chose the 7th stone door that was the closest to him. There was a switch on the wall next to the stone door. Once it was switched on, the heavy stone door started to rise up. It was the gate. The gate was open halfway, and a rich treasure chi spread out. No great weapons. Behind the stone door was an empty crafting room. After scanning with his soul power, he could not find a single great weapon. However, there was a substantial treasure chi leaking out from the walls of the crafting room. Yi Chen had heard that if the treasure chi was rich, it would be very helpful for the maintenance of the great weapons. For example, a mid-rank great weapon could be stored for hundreds of years. Under the nourishment of the treasure chi, it might be able to last for 1,000 years or even longer. Go! With a suction force coming out of his palm, Yi Chen swept through all the treasure chi in the crafting room and stored them all in a low-rank storage ring. If he found any great weapons in the future, he would put them all in that storage ring. What? Nothing. Arriving at the crafting room next door, Yi Chen also did not find any great weapons. He could only see the treasure chi with his naked eyes. Perhaps they had all been taken away before. Yi Chen could not rule out this possibility. The history of the island was way too long. Perhaps all the great weapons had been taken away by someone already. As for the spirit plants and medicines, they could grow again, so there would be a lot of them. Putting away the treasure chi, Yi Chen walked towards the next crafting room. Not even a single great weapon. The elder in the woven raincoat and the other 2 had also encountered the same problem. They looked a bit disappointed. What they had done was the same as Yi Chen, which was to absorb all the treasure chi in the crafting room into their storage rings. Since the treasure chi in the crafting room seemed to be endless anyway, once it was all absorbed, the inside of the walls would come out again. Unknowingly, the 4 of them walked towards the metal door in the front of the palace from both sides. The metal door in the middle was the biggest, so it must be something special. Plus, there was no switch on the wall next to the door. Judging from the shine of the metal door, it was not hard to imagine that the possibility of breaking the door open with brute force would be very low, since the crafting room was not made of tofu after all. The 4 of them stood dozens of meters away from each other, glancing at the metal door from time to time. Shoo! Outside the palace, a sky-shattering sound was suddenly heard. A red figure flew towards the palace at an extreme speed. It was as fast as lightning, even faster than everyone present. Its chi was extremely powerful. Not good. The 4 of them all changed their expressions as they looked towards the direction of the palace door. Ha ha! This should be the crafting room, right? My Iron Palm Master is quite lucky. Before the person arrived, the voice had already arrived, rumbling like thunder in the sky. Iron Palm Master. Could it be a Sea of Souls Realm Master level warrior? The lady in red was extremely nervous, her palms sticky. Shoo! The red figure arrived at the palace. He was in his 50s and 8 feet tall. He was wearing a big red robe with a pair of fire chilin embroidered on his chest. His muscular body was like a huge mountain. Just by standing there, his aura was already spreading out, pressuring the four to the point where they could barely breathe. More importantly, the four could not see through his cultivation. "Let's go." The elder in the woven rush raincoat made a decision immediately, wanting to leave. No matter how good the things inside the metal door were, they would still need to be alive to take them. Fighting against a master-level warrior would not be a good thing. The middle-aged man and the lady in red nodded, following behind the elder. Yichen forced a laugh secretly. It would be impossible for them to leave. Did they not notice the trace of mockery in the other's eyes? "Where do you think you are going?" Indeed, the man in red did not plan to let the four of them leave the palace alive. He lifted up his palm and attacked the three of them. Boom! The aggressive flame palm power was extremely aggressive. Yichen had never seen such a horrifying palm power before. It contained the profound of fire, which was extremely horrifying. The three of them were very powerful. There was almost no one below the master level who could kill them. But facing a real master level warrior, the difference was obvious. Their protective Shenyuan was shattered, and the three of them were blown away together. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, like little snakes. "Why are you blocking our way?" The elder in the woven rush raincoat said with a low voice. The man in red laughed. "All the stone doors here have been opened, so the great items must be in your hands. Hand them over, and I will consider letting you guys go." The lady in red said hurriedly, "We did not get any great items at all. They are all empty. They must have been taken away by someone else." "Huh, you think I will believe you?" The man in red sneered. The middle-aged man in the scholar robe lifted up his palm and said, "I swear to the heavens that we did not get any great items. You should believe me now, right?" "I swear to the heavens as well." The lady in red and the elder in the woven rush raincoat did not want to die. Sea of Souls realm warriors had a lifespan of 300 years. They still had a lot of time to waste. If they died now, it would not be worth it at all. "Oh, why are you not swearing?" The man looked at Yi Chun. Yi Chun said, "Is swearing useful?" "Ha ha ha ha." The man in red laughed out loud. After a while, he said, "You three idiots are not even as good as a young man. If swearing was useful, then there would not be so many people dying in this world. Now, I will give you a choice. Hand over all the great items, and I will check them myself. If you do not, then I will kill you." Right then, the four of them had a bad look on their faces. They indeed did not get any great items, but there were quite a lot of good things in their storage rings. But they were sure that once they handed over their storage rings, they would not be able to keep them anymore. Plus, they did not believe that the man in red would let them go. If they handed over their storage rings, then they would most likely die. "We indeed do not have any great items. Asking us to hand over our storage rings, isn't that a bit too much?" The middle-aged man in the scholar robe secretly activated his Shenyuan. At the same time, he passed a message to Yi Chun, "Little brother, we are facing a huge disaster right now. If we want to survive, then we have to work together. Working together is not a long-term plan. You know how powerful master-level warriors are." Yi Chun knew very well that he could compete with anyone below the master level. If he could not beat them, then he would be able to escape. But if he were to face a master-level warrior, then he would not even have 10% chance of winning, and the chance of escaping would not be more than 10% either. After all, they were blocking the door, so where could he run to? Too much. In the eyes of a powerful warrior, there is no such thing as too much. Boom, boom. The man in red threw out 4 palm attacks in a row, attacking the 4 of them separately. Chapter 5:27. This palm art was just a normal, low-rank, profound sense palm art. But in the hands of the man, it was way more powerful than the low-rank, profound sense martial arts performed by normal people. His fire profound was way too powerful, even more powerful than the normal profound sense of low-rank, profound sense martial arts. In terms of firepower, it was at least 120%. Therefore, he had thrown out 4 palm attacks at once, each one of them fatal. Facing this fire palm power, everyone, including Yi Chun, felt like they were being roasted by fire. Even their Zhen Yuan was being burned. Master-level warriors. So powerful. Yi Chun gasped as he threw out his gold resonant radiance attack, clashing with the fire palm power. All of a sudden, the palace was filled with chi power. The 4 human figures crashed into the wall at the same time, puking out a huge mouthful of blood. Am I really going to die here? The red-robed woman's face was filled with unwillingness. The elder was quite old after all, so he was calmer than the lady in red. He said with a low voice, "Run. Run separately. If one of us survives, then we will all die. A master level C of souls realm warrior is not something that a couple of people can handle." Indeed, the middle-aged man nodded. He thought that if the 4 of them worked together, there would be some hope. But now he realized that there was no hope at all. It was not his fault for making the wrong judgment. It could only be said that without battling with a master level C of souls realm warrior, one would not know how powerful they were. Run. Yi Chun sighed helplessly. Thinking about it, he was a bit scared. He could not believe that he had gone against the Een Demon Master in the underground world. Back then, the latter had been restricted by the rules of the underground world, so he had never used his real power. Once he reached the Holy Land, the rules had disappeared. But under the protection of the Undying Altar, he still could not feel how powerful a Master Level C of Soul's Realm Warrior was. Compared to the man in red, Yi Chun finally knew how powerful the Een Demon Master was. He was at least at the same level as the man in red, maybe even more powerful. It seemed like he could tell that the 4 were going to run separately, so a playful expression flashed through the man's face as he laughed. "Run? Where do you think you are going?" "Fire cage." As he spoke, the red-robed man formed a seal with both of his hands, and an endless amount of fire yuan qi gathered from all directions. The fire yuan qi outside the door was the largest, and it surged in violently. Then, a huge flame cage filled the hall. Although it didn't trap the 4 people inside, it blocked the way out. Damn it! The middle-aged man's eyes turned red as he slashed at the flame cage. Bang! Shallow sword marks appeared on the pillars of the flame cage. Soon, the sword marks healed, and there was no damage at all. The man in red shook his head. "You will not be able to escape. This fire cage contains the profound of fire. Unless you are close to me in terms of profound, you will never be able to break out of it. I will give you one last chance. Hand over your storage rings. Once you hand over your storage rings, I will consider letting you go. Otherwise, you will be dead for sure, and no one will be able to save you." What should we do? The 4 of them glanced at each other, their eyes filled with questions. Why don't we hand it over to him? At least we'll have a chance to live. The middle-aged man was actually not very afraid of death, but when he thought of his wife at home and the child he had just given birth to, his desire to live was very strong. He could not die. If he died, what would happen to his wife and child? "Hand it over." The straw-caped elder shook his head, his face filled with bitterness. "If we hand over our storage rings, will you let us go?" The middle-aged man was still worried, his eyes filled with begging. The man in red did not nod or shake his head as he said proudly, I will not promise anything. I can only say that it depends on my mood. All right, don't test my patience. I am not that patient. Bastard. The middle-aged man cursed in his mind as he took out the storage ring from his left hand. He hesitated for a second, then threw it through the gap of the cage to the man in red. Here you go. The elder threw out his own storage ring as well. You guys go this way. Hurry up. The man in red opened a door on the cage, letting the two walk in. Then, he opened another door on the other side. After walking out of these two doors, they would be able to reach the entrance of the palace. Once they left the palace, they would be able to survive. Why don't you hand it over? Yichen looked at the lady in red confusedly. She looked like she was struggling, as if there was something she could not let go of. The lady in red turned her head. What about you? Yichen said, I can only say that the result will be the same whether I hand it over or not. But I am not sure, so I will not stop them. His soul power was very powerful, and he could vaguely feel that the man in red was playing with them. Of course, it was just his instinct, and there was no proof. Therefore, he did not say it out loud. Whether he was playing with them or not, it all depended on whether the two who handed over the storage rings could leave this place alive. The middle-aged man and the elder walked step by step towards the first door of the cage. Before entering, the two hesitated for a second, but eventually walked in. Clang! The two doors were suddenly closed, and they did not even have the time to react. What is the meaning of this? The middle-aged man was shocked, thinking of the worst possible result. The man in red looked at the two in the cage and could not stop laughing. This is so fun, controlling other people's lives in your own hands. This feeling is so amazing. Can you understand it? Yeah, you don't understand. You are just poor things. Damn, let us out. The middle-aged man and the elder attacked the cage as if they did not care about their lives, trying to open a gap. All right, it is over. You have had a hard journey before. Now, you can go back to a quiet place where there is no killing. The man in red put his hands together. As he closed his palms, flame spikes appeared on the inner walls of the flame cage. The flame spikes shot out and pierced through the middle-aged man. The raging flames engulfed him, and in a short while he was burned to ashes. Not even his bones were left. What shocked the red-robed man was that the old man did not die. At the critical moment, the old man took out the Tower of Essence and expanded it rapidly. He himself entered the first floor of the Tower of Essence. Originally, he wanted to save the middle-aged man, but the speed of the flame spikes was too fast. He had already lost an arm, so there was no time to save the old man. A semi-extreme rank item? No, it is a low-quality item. Ha! With such a low-quality item, you want to block out my attack? In your dreams. The man in red saw that there was a slight crack on the Yuan Tower, so he laughed out loud. Then more fire thorns shot out, drowning the whole tower. Within a couple of blinks of an eye, the Yuan Tower exploded, and the elder inside followed the middle-aged man's footsteps. Damn it! The red-clothed woman's body trembled. She had worked with the middle-aged man and the old man for many years. Although the three of them had often schemed against each other, they had never thought of harming each other. They had already developed feelings for each other. Now that she saw the old man and the middle-aged man die, the red-clothed woman's heart ached. Tears flowed from the corners of her eyes. Seeing this, Yichen tightened his fists, putting away the two storage rings beside his feet. The man studied Yichen and the lady with interest. I have to say, you two are indeed brave. You are lucky that you guessed it right. I indeed did not think about letting you go. But it does not matter if you die earlier or later. You will still have to die. Seeming to have lost interest, the man in red waved his left hand in the air. The shape of the fire cage changed as countless sharp thorns appeared. They were spiral-shaped, bringing up sparks everywhere. They contained an extremely horrifying fire profound. As long as they were hit, the two's protective Jin Yuan would not be able to handle it at all. Shoo! 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 Dozens of fire thorns shot towards the two at lightning-fast speed. In that critical moment, the lady took out a shield and placed it in front of her head and chest. However, her abdomen and thighs had been hit by 2 thorns respectively. The flame was still burning her body, and she was in a critical situation. Yi Chen did not have a top-ranked defensive shield, so he could only perform his sword Qi Tornado and focus it on the upper half of his body, preventing the thorns from reaching his head and arms. As for the rest of his body, he had the gold armor, which might be able to block out the thorns. All of a sudden, Yi Chen's legs were hit by 3 to 4 thorns, but his upper body was perfectly fine. Boom! Right at that moment, the metal door behind the two suddenly opened. It was a deep sound that seemed to have been sealed for a long time. But in the ears of the two, it was definitely a life-saving cry. Go in! Yi Chen grabbed the lady, who was badly wounded, and jumped into the metal door. How dare you run? The man in red focused his eyes, and soon found out the reason why the metal door was opened. It turned out that the flame thorns had shot through a hidden compartment in the wall. The hidden compartment was the mechanism, which meant that he had helped the two to open the metal door. How could he not be angry? Damn it! Kill! The rest of the fire cages all turned into sharp flaming needles shooting towards the metal door, and Yi Chen and the lady who had just entered the door like a storm. Where's the switch? Yi Chen was very anxious. Once he was inside, he immediately left the lady and looked for the switch to close the metal door. Got it! Pooh! He found the switch, but one of the fire thorns that had shot through the metal door hit his chest. Even with the protection of the gold armor, he was still hit by the power of the thorns, which made him puke out 3 liters of blood. His body was sent flying backwards. Hit it! In midair, Yi Chen flicked out a sword Qi and shot it at the switch. Boom! The metal door rose halfway, and then lowered down again, blocking the other fire thorns outside. We are saved. Landing heavily on the ground, Yi Chen did not have any energy left. He could only smile bitterly. Outside the metal door, the man in red was so angry that his eyes were burning. 2 people, who were just his playthings, had survived. It was beyond his expectation. Break! The man in red threw out a palm attack onto the metal door, and the flame power poured out. However, no one knew what the metal door was made of. No matter how hard he tried to attack, he could not break it open. Instead, he had shaken both of his arms until they were numb, and his qi and blood were boiling. Yi Chen could only hear a little bit of what was going on outside, since the soundproofing was very good. He took a deep breath and said to the lady, "Are you dead yet?" "I am fine." The place where the lady had been hit was almost burnt, and her voice was very weak. But of course, for Sea of Souls realm warriors, this kind of wound was not fatal. Chapter 528. As long as you are still alive. As he spoke, Yi Chen swallowed a top-rank Yuan Qi replenishing pellet. Although the Undying Body's first-level flesh recovery had given him the ability to repair his body, it did not come without a price, which was a huge loss of Yuan Qi. This Yuan Qi was not natural Yuan Qi, but the Yuan Qi that was already inside his body. It was one of the most primal energies that had something to do with life force. Too much Yuan Qi damage would not be good for his future training, and he would lose his lifespan. The good thing was that Yuan Qi could be repaired, but it would take a long time. The lady in red didn't have an immortal body, so if she wanted to heal her body, normal pills would take a long time. She might not even be able to recover in 10 days or half a month. However, she was a Taoist master after all, so she had a lot of treasures. With a flip of her left hand, a milky white tree branch appeared. This tree branch looked as if it was made of white jade, smooth and smooth, without any flaws. 3 inches away from the branch, a thin layer of light was on the verge of collapsing. It looked like a candle flame, but also like water vapor, gentle and full of vitality. She moved the white jade branch closer to the burnt area. All of a sudden, the scar there fell off, revealing a bloody wound. The flesh inside the wound started to move, trying to heal. As the wound got smaller and smaller, the soft light from the white jade branch started to dim down. The branch of the undying tree. Yi-Chen saw this, and a surprised look flashed through his eyes. The undying tree is an extreme rank spirit tree, and even a branch would be a semi-extreme rank item. Where would I get it? This is a branch from the long life tree. The lady explained. It was the long life tree. Yi-Chen nodded. The relationship between the undying tree and the long life tree was like a father and son. The undying tree was born naturally and could move freely. The long life tree, on the other hand, was a huge tree that grew from the seed of the undying tree. It had some of the characteristics of the undying tree, but it was still not as powerful as the undying tree. It was only a semi-extreme rank spirit tree. Of course, it was already very impressive to have a long life tree. If a normal person stayed next to it for a long time, they would be able to live up to 200 years without a problem. If it were a warrior, not only would they be immune to all kinds of poisons, they would also be immune to heart demons. Withdrawing his gaze, Yi-Chen closed his eyes and sat in meditation, working hard to refine the medicinal pellets and replenish his lost Yuan Qi. Outside the metal door, the man in red had a gloomy expression on his face. This metal door and the surrounding walls contain restrictive powers. There is no way to break through it. The only hidden compartment has been destroyed. Right now, the metal door can only be opened from the inside. Damn it! The red-clothed man was extremely regretful. If he had killed them right from the start, then Yi-Chen and the red-clothed woman would not have been able to escape. Once he killed them, he would have spent some time to open the metal door and take the treasures inside. Now, not only had he not killed them, but he had also locked himself outside. Every time the treasure River Island appears, it will only exist for 3 months. After 3 months, it will disappear into the deepest part of the Star Region Lake, and it will be hard to find. I will wait here until the day the treasure River Island disappears. Let's see if you guys will come out or not. The red-robed man let out a long sigh. He flicked his sleeves, sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, and started to cultivate. There is a palace here. There must be treasures inside. Let's go in. There are countless treasures on this island. I did not expect that we would be lucky enough to come here and get so many priceless spirit plants and medicines. Everyone has their own opportunities. This time, it is our opportunity. Outside the palace, a group of Sea of Souls realm warriors rushed over. When they saw the red-robed man sitting in the middle of the palace, their expressions all changed. The man opened his eyes, which were filled with killing intent. Since you are already here, then you will all die. Not good. Run. The aura exuded from the red-robed man was extremely tyrannical, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Before the crowd could even get close, they all felt like they were being roasted by the fire. They panicked and ran out of the hall, scattering in all directions. Do you think you can run? Dom! As soon as the red-robed man's voice fell, a huge flaming cage descended from the sky, trapping the group of people within it. There was no way out, no way out, no way out. Let's fight him. Everyone who had been forced into a desperate situation performed all of their top attacks. attacking on the fire cage. Chi power exploding noises could be heard continuously. It was extremely intense. I cannot break it open. Everyone had lost all hope. They realized that the fire cage was 10 times tougher than they had imagined. Not even a single pillar could break it. The man in red sneered as he put his hands together. Beams of light shot out everywhere inside the cage. It was actually countless spiral flame spikes shooting out crazily. Within a blink of an eye, only a pile of bone ash was left in the cage. You have overestimated yourself. The man put away his storage ring and closed his eyes to continue his training. On the second day on the island, Yi Chen had finally recovered all of his Yuan Qi. Studying the lady, Yi Chen realized that she was still healing herself. Obviously, the long tree branch would not be able to heal her instantly, and she would need to rest for a while. This crafting room is different from the others. Not only is it 10 times bigger, but the treasure chi is also 10 times thicker. There are 5 furnaces in the middle, and 4 of them are on the 4 sides. In the middle, there is a huge furnace that is 10 meters tall. Perhaps there are great weapons stored inside. Walking to the furnace that was closest to him, Yi Chen paused for a second. Accumulating Zhen Yuan in his palm, he opened the lid from a distance. Boom! A bright treasure chi shot out into the sky. Meanwhile, a crystal-like short blade shot out into the air, shooting out a beam of blade chi towards Yi Chen. HM? Spontaneous blade chi. Yi Chen flicked out a beam of sword chi, which clashed with the incoming blade chi. Crack! The short blade backed out dozens of steps, shaking violently. Top of the top rank great blade. The lady was woken up by the exploding sound. Her eyes brightened as she looked at the short blade happily, then looked at Yi Chen. She knew that she would not be able to compete with Yi Chen. Yi Chen knew what she was thinking, so he said, "For great weapons, you can pick one, but the one in the middle has to be mine. Do you want this short blade? Let's see." The lady did not dare to hope for the great weapon in the middle of the furnace, but the other 4 might be even better than the short blade. Hearing her, Yi Chen did not waste any more time and opened another lid. This time, it was a long spear that had fire crows carved on it. It was also a top-rank great weapon, and its aura was no weaker than the short blade. Just like the short blade, the long spear stabbed out toward Yi Chen the second it left the furnace. It was like a sea of souls, realm warrior attacking Yi Chen with all of his power. Ting! Flicking away the long spear. Yi Chen did not even look at it before opening the third lid. Ting! An earth-shattering sword sound was heard. This time, it was a golden longsword that shook in the air. Sword chi spread out everywhere. Great sword! Yi Chen's heart skipped a beat as he reached out to grab the golden longsword. The golden longsword had been nurtured in the furnace for countless years, and it was a freshly made top-rank great weapon. It was extremely powerful as it attacked toward Yi Chen's arm. How could Yi Chen be attacked by an ownerless weapon? He flipped his wrist, grabbing onto the tip of the longsword with his index and middle fingers. Zhen Yuan and Slaughter Sword intent attack toward it. Ting! Ting! The golden longsword continued to shake before gradually calming down. A gold element top, rank great sword. It is way more powerful than that emerald longsword. Top rank great weapons had different levels of power as well. The emerald longsword that Yi Chen had gotten from killing the sword artist in green was only a normal top rank great sword, which did not increase his attacking power that much. However, this golden longsword was a top rank great sword. After being nurtured in the furnace for countless years, it had gained a bit of spirituality and was at its peak. Holding the sword handle, Yi Chen casually waved out a sword attack. Shoo! The crescent-shaped golden sword chi spread out, blowing away the 4th lid. There was an extra cut mark on it, which was extremely sharp. Great sword. Yi Chen did not even look at the fourth great weapon as he continued to study the golden longsword in his hand. I will take this short blade. The fourth great weapon was a pair of gloves, which did not suit the lady's taste. Yi Chen waved his hand, and the short blade floating in the air flew toward her. Grabbing the blade, the lady studied it carefully before thanking Yi Chen. Putting away the three great weapons, Yi Chen looked at the huge furnace in the middle. The lady also stared at it without blinking. She was sure that the weapon inside must be at the semi-extreme rank. Open! Yi Chen threw out a punch and blew away the lid on the furnace. Whew! A powerful vibration was released. The golden longsword in Yi Chen's hand and the lady's short blade kept on shaking, as if they could not handle the pressure of the qi. Ting! A sword sound that was 10 times louder than the golden longsword was heard. Before the sword was even pulled out, a bright sword qi had already shot out, attacking the two. Not good. The lady waved her blade and created a light wall, trying her best to block out the incoming sword qi. A smile flashed past Yi Chen's face. It was another sword, and it seemed to be even more powerful than the golden longsword. Just the sword qi alone was equivalent to a full power attack from a spirit warrior. If he could hold it in his hand, its power would definitely double. Pap, 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 pap. All of the sword qi had been shattered by Yi Chen's sword before it could even get close to Yi Chen. As the sword qi disappeared, the great sword inside the furnace came out. The first thing that came out of the furnace was the sword handle, which was thin and long but powerful. Traces of deep electric currents surged around it, making a cracking sound. Then came the sword socket, which looked like the head of a wild beast. It spat out a long sword, which was unimaginably sharp. It was like a flash of lightning, yet also like a thunderbolt. When the tip of the sword appeared in the two's sight, their eyes felt like they were being stabbed, and tears started to fill up their eyes. Shoo! The great sword flashed once, stabbing towards Yi Chen's powerful sword qi. Yi Chen waved his sword to block the incoming attack. Chin! Sparks flew everywhere, and Yi Chen could not help but back out a couple of steps, his face blank. A great sword was able to push him back. Was this an extreme rank great sword, or a semi-extreme rank great sword? After thinking for a while, Yi Chen felt that it should not be an extreme rank great sword. Back when the parallel space battlefield opened, the extreme rank axe's power was way more powerful than this sword's. It had even pierced through the ground. If this great sword was an extreme rank great sword, then it would have been able to wound him slightly. A semi-extreme rank great sword. The lady blurted out before looking at Yi Chen with admiration. Although a semi-extreme rank greatsword was not as powerful as an extreme rank greatsword, it would still be a great weapon for Sea of Souls realm warriors. Even Master Level Sea of Souls realm warriors would want to fight for it. Even some of the normal life and death realm warriors would be holding semi-extreme rank great weapons. It was not hard to imagine how tempting a semi-extreme rank great weapon would be. Chapter 529, Gold Resonant Radiance Sword Art. Before, Yi Chen did not have the time to leave his soul mark on the longsword, so he was not able to maximize its power. But now, once the mark was formed, the longsword seemed to have become his arm. The Zhan Yuan and the sword's power complemented each other, exploding with a golden blue sword light that could make the sun lose its color. The golden blue sword light flashed once before disappearing, slashing onto the dark blue longsword in the air. Ting! The sword sound was heard as this semi-extreme rank sword, which was obviously thunder element, shook its body. A layer of sword qi appeared around the sword body, which was indestructible, blocking out the golden blue sword light. It is just a sword. Do you really think that I cannot do anything to you? Yi Chen held the longsword in his right hand while his left hand kept shooting out void-shattering finger power or a sword chi tornado, formed by Lotus Heart sword chi. All of a sudden, a clanging sound could be heard, along with thousands of sparks. Soon, that thick sword chi tornado was shattered, and the dark blue longsword backed out continuously. The lady's pupils shrank slightly. She had always been proud of her hidden weapon skills, thinking that even warriors at the same level as her would have to back out when facing her hidden weapons. However, compared to Yi Chen's sword chi tornado, it was nothing, even though it was not a hidden weapon. Dang! 2 rows of sparks spread out as Yi Chen threw out a sword attack at the dark blue longsword from a close distance. There was no way that the longsword could handle a solid sword attack from Yi Chen. The light on its surface exploded, and it was blown back a couple of times. Following closely behind, Yi Chen held the hilt of the longsword. TSS! TSS! Electricity surged out from the sword hilt, burning the Zhenyuan on Yi Chen's palm. The two clashed intensely, canceling each other out. Eventually, Yi Chen, who had endless Zhenyuan to support him, had the last laugh. He had completely controlled the long sword and poured his Zhenyuan into it, working with the power inside. Congratulations! The lady held her fists towards Yi Chen. You won't tell anyone, right? Yi Chen had the thought of killing him. The semi-extreme rank sword was not something to be underestimated. Perhaps life and death realm warriors would not make a move, but those Sea of Soul realm master level warriors would not care about it. If they knew about it, they would most likely come after him. But thinking about it from another perspective, killing him for this reason would not go well with his sword Dao. The lady in red was shocked. She was afraid that Yi Chen would kill her to silence her. She quickly said, I know you must be worried, but please believe me. I will not say anything. In fact, if I can get out of here safely, I will find a place to live in seclusion and concentrate on my cultivation. I will not care about the affairs of the world. Why should I do something that harms others without benefiting myself? Of course, if you don't believe me, I can't do anything about it. Don't worry. I only swing my sword at my enemies. The thought of silencing the witness only flashed through Yi Chen's mind. He was the one who made the decision. Hearing him, the lady in red let out a breath and replied to Yi Chen with a smile before walking to the corner to continue her healing. Without paying attention to the lady in red, Yi Chen studied the gold longsword in his hand and thought to himself, the whole body is gold. It looks like it is made from gold. I will call it the gold sword then. The gold sword was 4 feet and 2 inches long, its body wider than normal swords. It was closer to a broadsword, but it was also a bit lighter. The back of the sword was very flat, with an ancient pattern carved on it. It extended all the way to the handle, and the handle, which was perfect for one's palm to hold. The gold sword had a scabbard, which was inside the stove. Taking out the scabbard, Yi Chen put the gold sword back in and wore it on his waist. Putting away the gold sword, Yi Chen's eyes landed on the dark blue longsword. The dark blue longsword was 3 feet and 9 inches long, with a slim but powerful handle. The body of the sword was a bit thin, and the back of the sword was very thick. This kind of sword would not break easily during a battle, since its back was twice as thick as normal swords. On the body of the sword, there was a scattered thunder pattern extending from the handle all the way to the tip of the sword. As Zhenyuan poured in, thunder and lightning surged on the sword body, eventually combining into one. It looked like a beam of lightning, but also like a slightly vibrating thunder. It was sharp and aggressive at the same time. It was not hard to imagine how powerful this kind of sword would be once it was stabbed out. Even a master-level Sea of Souls realm warrior would not dare to ignore its attack. Near the sword's handle, there were 2 ancient characters carved on it, Thunder Disaster. Thunder Disaster Sword. Good name. I wonder if it has anything to do with the Thunder Punishment Sword. Semi-extreme rank weapons were replicas of extreme rank weapons. Therefore, most of the time, the names of the weapons were very similar to the actual extreme rank weapons. The Thunder Punishment Sword was a famous extreme rank sword in history, and there were many replicas of it. Some were called Thunder Roar, some were called 10,000 Thunder, and some were called Light Thunder. If the Thunder Disaster Sword was a replica of the Thunder Punishment Sword, it would not be surprising at all. Thunder Disaster. Thunder Disaster. So aggressive. Yi Chun liked the Thunder Disaster Sword a lot. He could feel a kind of spirit from it, a spirit that could cut through everything. A sword with spirit would not be bad at all. Leaving a soul mark on a semi-extreme rank sword was a very tiring task. Fortunately, Yi Chen's soul power was 5 times that of normal Sea of Souls realm warriors. After spending 2 hours, Yi Chen managed to leave his own soul mark on the sword. With the soul mark, an unshakable connection had been formed between the sword and him, allowing it to explode with even more power. Ting! When the Thunder Disaster Sword was put back into its scabbard, it let out a clear and melodious sound, which was different from normal swords. Without the Thunder Disaster Sword on his waist, he would not be able to use it for a very long time in the future. The so-called treasure belonged to the fated, but it was not applicable in this world. This world was all about the strong, and treasures should belong to the strong. Although I have the Thunder Disaster Sword, it is still impossible to fight against the Iron Palm Master. I have to use this opportunity to train the Dragon Blood Plant. With a bit of dragon power, I might be able to escape from the Iron Palm Master. Yi Chun was very afraid of the Iron Palm Master's fire cage. If he could not cut through it, he would not be able to escape. Therefore, training the Dragon Blood Plant was a must. Sitting down with his legs crossed, Yi Chun took out the Dragon Blood Plant. On the surface, the Dragon Blood Plant did not look that special. It only had one long leaf, which was blood red in color. There was no bright spirit light coming from it, but if one looked deeper, they would realize that the spirit chi of the plant was all concentrated inside, not leaking out at all. One could even see a tiny dragon-shaped energy on the veins of the leaf, which was twisting and turning, giving people a deep sense of fear. Dragon Blood Plant. It is a top-ranked spirit plant that contains dragon blood. I wonder how powerful it will be. Taking a deep breath, Yi Chun swallowed the Dragon Blood Plant and tried his best to circulate his Zhen Yuan, training the medicinal power and spirit chi of the plant. A woo, a vague dragon roar, was heard in Yi Chen's head. Yi Chen seemed to see a majestic dragon flying in the sky, its eyes like lightning as it looked down on everything. The slaughter sword intent exploded, cutting away the influence brought by the dragon roar. Yi Chun recovered his calm state of mind and focused on training the Dragon Blood Plant. Chapter 530. Soon, 3 days had passed. The lady had already woken up from her healing state. She looked very energetic, not looking like she did a couple of days ago. Seeing that Yi Chun was still training the Dragon Blood Plant, she did not disturb him. Instead, she stayed far away from him and took out her short blade to play with it, trying to familiarize herself with it. Just like that, another day had passed. Pap! On this day, Yi Chen's body had changed. A circle of invisible chi spread out from his body, clashing with the air. At the same time, his body shone with a red crystal light. His hair, facial features, and even his clothes were dyed red, as if they were made from red crystals. Rank 2 spirit body? A surprised expression flashed past the lady's face. The spirit bodies were divided into different ranks. Warriors who had just reached the Sea of Souls realm would usually have rank 1 spirit bodies. After decades of training or some special encounters, they would be able to reach rank 2. Master level Sea of Souls realm warriors would usually have rank 3 spirit bodies, and rank 3 would be the limit of Sea of Souls realm warriors. Only a small number of Master level Sea of Souls realm warriors would be able to reach rank 3 peak level. As for rank 4, it would be very rare. The reason that Yi Chen was able to reach rank 2 spirit body this fast was partly because of the dragon blood plant, but more importantly, it should be because of his own body. People with a strong foundation would be able to reach rank 2 spirit body faster. I am still only at rank 2 spirit body. He is so young, and his spirit body has reached rank 2 as well. It is really annoying to compare with others. The lady shook her head and forced a smile. She could tell that not only was Yi Chen's spirit body at rank 2, but his sword spirit was also at rank 4. Otherwise, it would be hard to explain how he could beat her old friend at peak level early Sea of Souls realm. The red crystal light disappeared as soon as it was released, merging into Yi Chen's body. Faintly, Yi Chen, who had his eyes closed, let out a breath of impure qi. After his spiritual physique grew to the second order, Yi Chen felt that his physique had risen by a whole new level. Regardless of whether it was his ability to endure damage or his defensive capabilities, they were all stronger than a first-order spiritual physique. If one were to compare the body to a vessel, before cultivating the spiritual physique, the body would be like a wooden barrel. After cultivating the first-order spiritual physique, the body would be like an iron barrel, and after cultivating the second-order spiritual physique, the body would be like a barrel made of steel. Thinking about it, the strength of Chu Zhongtian's physique was at least at the second-order spiritual physique, or even at the pinnacle of the second order. My spirit body has advanced from Tier 1 to Tier 2, but the increase in strength is not much. It's just that it's stronger. Next, it's time to refine the dragon power. After expelling the turbid air, Yi Chen took a deep breath and circulated the Zhenyuan in his body, washing away the residual medicinal energy of the dragon blood grass. The remaining medicinal energy was very tenacious. Like a small dragon, it swam through Yi Chen's blood and flesh, desperately avoiding the pursuit of true essence. Yi Chen set up layers of seals all over his body and gradually narrowed the battle circle. Only then was he able to control the remaining medicinal power of the dragon blood grass within a narrow area and nibbled at it bit by bit. Awoo! When half of the medicinal energy had been digested, a light dragon roar was heard from inside Yi Chen's body. Right then, the lady in red sensed the dragon power from Yi Chen's body. It was a light dragon power that she had sensed from a rank 10 flood dragon before, so it was very familiar. Dragon power! An envious look flashed through the lady's face. The spirit body was still a spirit body, but it did not mean that the body was powerful. It only meant that the body would be more powerful. Some of the body training warriors would still be more powerful than the Seas of Souls realm warriors who had trained their spirit bodies, even if they had not trained their spirit bodies yet. Moreover, with a bit of dragon power, it would be enough to increase their power drastically, and their close combat power would be as powerful as body training warriors. Pap! Pap! After the dragon roar, a popping sound was heard from inside Yi Chen's body. It was Yi Chen's own qi power being assimilated by the dragon power. The dragon power was a higher level qi power, and the normal qi power trained by the pure jade body boosting spell would not be able to compete with the dragon power at all. So powerful, Yi Chen could feel that every inch of his body was filled with explosive power. It was hard to describe, as if he could shatter a mountain. Once all of the dragon power is extracted, my power should be more than 200,000 pounds. The thought flashed through his mind as Yi Chen continued to train the medicinal power. The process continued until the night of the same day. Boom! The air in the crafting room exploded violently as a shapeless dragon-shaped chi power rushed out of Yi Chen's body, waving its claws and teeth. Success! The lady looked at Yi Chen. Right then, although Yi Chen did not look any different, his aura was extremely refined. One look from him was enough to make people feel pressured. Standing up slowly, Yi Chen threw out a punch. Boom! 10 meters away, the crafting furnace left the ground and landed on the wall, making a loud noise. On the surface of the furnace, there was a light fist mark. Before, my power was only around 150,000 pounds. But with the addition of one strand of dragon power, my power has reached more than 200,000 pounds. The dragon power is indeed the top chi power. Every strand of it is pure, without any impurities. On this true spirit continent, most of the warriors trained Xin Yuan, and very few of them trained chi power. But it did not mean that chi power had nothing to do with them. When the Zhen Yuan circulated, the warrior's body would change as well. Normally, warriors who had just reached the Sea of Souls realm would have more than 100,000 pounds of power. Therefore, the stronger the power, the more powerful the close combat power would be. If two Sea of Souls realm warriors were to fight at a close distance, and one had more than 100,000 pounds of power, while the other had more than 200,000 pounds of power, what would the result be? With my power right now, I only have 40% chance of escaping from the palace. Of course, if I leave you behind, then I will have 50% chance. Yi Chen said without beating around the bush. The lady had obviously thought about it before, so she said, I have a Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl which can increase the chance to 80 to 90%. Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl. Yi Chen looked surprised. Just like the Silver Light Thunder Bomb, the Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl was also a powerful hidden weapon. But of course, the two were not at the same level. The former could only threaten normal clasping Yuan realm warriors, while the latter could threaten spirit realm warriors. It would not be impossible to use it to stop the Iron Palm Master for a while. All right, let's take a rest first. After a week, we will try our best to break out. With the Heaven Fire Thunder Pearl, the chance would indeed be 80 to 90%. But they still could not let their guard down. There were too many accidents in this world, and they could happen at any time. They had to adjust their condition to the peak before coming up with a detailed plan to break out. It has been 2 months since the Treasure River Island appeared. Do we really have to waste time on these two? Inside the palace, the man in red had an impatient look on his face. The Treasure River Island appeared once in 100 years. If they tried their best to search for the treasures, it would be more than what they had gained in the past 10 years. If they waited here, they would not be able to get anything. If it were not for the fact that people came here all the time to give him treasures, he might not be so patient. No, I have already waited for so many days. If I give up now, it would be a waste of time. I have to wait for them to come out. The man in red's face was full of anger and hostility. 1 week later, inside the metal door, "Are you ready?" Yi Chen asked. The lady in red took a deep breath and said a bit nervously, "Ready." "Let's go." His palm pressed hard on the switch. Yi Chen's body tightened as he was ready to go. Boom! The metal door rose up at a fast speed. "Haha, they are out." The red-robed man's eyes lit up. After waiting for half a month, the two of them had finally appeared. The red-robed man stood up and stared at the metal door. As long as the two of them appeared, he would use his lightning-fast methods to kill them. When the metal door was about 1 meter high, a blue shadow shot out. Gold resonant radiance attack. The gold and blue sword light attacked toward the man in red. It was indeed Yi Chen. The man in red did not expect Yi Chen to attack him first, so his reaction was a bit slow. But no matter how slow he was, he was still able to handle Yi Chen's full power sword attack and fight back. Boom! The gold longsword and the palm clashed together, causing a shockwave to spread out. Go! Right then, Yi Chen's body turned into a shadow as he avoided the man's attack and rushed out while staying close to the ground. As for the lady in red, she had already jumped out when Yi Chun and the man in red were fighting. Walking in front of Yi Chun, she was less than 30 meters away from the door. Do you think you can leave? The man in red sneered as he quickly formed a spell with both of his hands. Endless fire Yuan Qi gathered at a shocking speed, forming into a huge fire cage that trapped the two. If I were you, I would not come out. Once I do, I will definitely die. Seeing the two trapped in his fire cage, the man in red seemed to be a lot more relaxed. He did not think that the two would be able to get out. If they could, then there would be no point for him to exist as a master level C of Soul's realm warrior. But then, something unexpected happened. Yi Chen took out a dark blue longsword from his storage ring. The sword body was like lightning and thunder as he threw out a sword attack at one of the pillars of the fire cage. Break! The dragon power and Zhen Yuan exploded at full power, and Yi Chen's spirit, qi, and mentality were extremely concentrated. Kacha! The fire pillar was broken open, and Yi Chun and the lady in red got out of the fire cage. They flashed once and appeared outside of the palace. Impossible! How could he break open my fire cage with one sword attack? Yi Chen did not completely break open the fire cage, but only 2 pillars. But for the man in red, it was the same as breaking his own fire cage. How could he not be shocked and angry? Get back here! The aggressive fire element, Zhen Yuan, exploded as the man in red tried to chase after them. With his speed, it would be easy for him to catch up with one of the two. Something unexpected happened again. The lady in red turned around, holding a red ball in her right hand. She threw it toward the man in red, which contained a horrifying qi. Boom! The flame spread out, and a burning ball of fire appeared. It expanded rapidly, blocking the way of the man in red and bouncing him back. Seeing this, Yi Chen did not relax at all. His Zhen Yuan formed waves of sword light outside of his body as he reached out to grab the lady and flew out at a shocking speed. Within a blink of an eye, they had traveled dozens of miles. After 2 to 3 blinks of an eye, they had already reached the edge of the sky. Waving his palm to put out the fireball, the man in red shot out of the palace. He looked around, but could not find Yi Chun and the lady. He was not willing to give up, so he pushed his soul power with all of his power. As long as they were within 100 miles, they would not be able to escape from his senses. What? You are already 100 miles away? The man in red could not sense anything, so he was so mad. Chapter 531. Oh, right. He had changed to a dark blue longsword in the fire prison. Cutting open the fire prison must have something to do with that longsword. Could it be a semi-extreme rank greatsword? Yes, it must be a semi-extreme rank greatsword. Otherwise, he would not be able to cut open the fire prison. The speed at which Yi Chun had changed his sword was very fast. Before, the man in red did not think much of it. But now that he thought about it, he found something suspicious. After all, if the longsword was not that strange, then why would he change it? It must be to cut open the fire prison. Semi-extreme rank greatsword. A sharp light shone in the man's eyes. Although he had been focusing on palm arts, with a semi-extreme rank greatsword and some profound sword attacks, his power would definitely increase to the next level. In this world, only the powerful ones would be respected. No one would care about what kind of methods you use to increase your power. After flying for 800 miles without stopping, Yi Chen finally stopped at the edge of the island. It seems like we have gotten rid of him. It was because he was afraid that the Iron Palm Master would lock onto them with his soul power that Yi Chun performed his sword-light flying art and escaped at his fastest speed. Before he reached the Sea of Souls realm, his sword-light flying art could reach 15 times the speed of sound. But now, it had reached an even more unbelievable level, reaching 20 times the speed of sound. With that, he would be able to travel 13 miles within a second, which was almost the same as Master-level Sea of Souls realm warriors. The lady let out a breath and smiled at Yi Chen. "Thank you. You are welcome. Without your heaven fire blasting pearl, I might not have been able to escape successfully." After that, Yi Chen looked around and said, "I am going out now. This island is not that big, only 1,000 miles in radius. If I continue to stay here, I might run into the Iron Palm Master again." "Yeah, you are right." The lady nodded. Shoo, shoo. The two went through the colorful light that was covered by clouds and mist, arriving outside of the island. "Someone's coming out. Kill." Around the island, a huge amount of Sea of Souls realm warriors had gathered. There were groups in the east and the west, and even the smallest group had dozens of people. Because they were not powerful enough, they could not enter the island. Therefore, they decided to join up with other warriors who were not allowed to enter and form a group to kill and steal the treasures. But of course, since the island had a radius of 1,000 miles, it would be impossible to lock it all down. So, they could only try their luck. They formed groups of dozens of people, guarding different spots around the island. Once someone came out, they would attack together. Yi Chun and the lady in red were not that lucky. Once they got out, they were attacked by 20 Sea of Souls realm warriors, some of which were even spirit-level warriors. Courting death, having lost 2 of her companions, the lady in red was in a terrible mood. She had nowhere to vent her anger, and the attack of these people had undoubtedly given her the opportunity to vent her anger. Hidden weapons that looked like petals shot out like a goddess scattering flowers, or 100 flowers blooming in full bloom. Pu-pu-pu-pu. 3 or 4 of them had been hit by the hidden weapons, their bodies turning into sieves. On the side, Yi Chen shook his head. These people were really unlucky. Of all people, they had to ambush the 2 of them. Fortunately, he did not plan to kill them all. He held his gold longsword and waved it casually. With one sword attack, 5 or 6 people had been cut into pieces. The rest of them were scared out of their wits, trying to escape. "All right, let's split up here." After blowing away all the Sea of Souls realm warriors who had been hiding in ambush, Yi Chen said goodbye and flew toward the South River region. Looking at Yi Chen's back as he left, the lady in red had a heavy heart. There were 3 of them when they came, but now she was the only one left. It was kind of sad. "I will take care of your family for you," she muttered to herself. Then, she flew back the way she had come. She disappeared into the horizon after a short while. 200 miles east of the South Rudra Martial School, a massive manor had already been built. It was right next to the mountains and rivers. Birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were a lot of warriors walking around, most of them wearing the Yi family's long robes. Inside a yard near the mountain, a waterfall was pouring down. A couple of osmanthus trees were growing vigorously, and 2 kids were playing under them. Next to them, Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were sitting on stone chairs, chatting while drinking tea. A beam of light approached at an extreme speed. When it arrived above the Yi family, the light disappeared, and a young man in blue landed down. It was indeed Yi Chun, Chenair. Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing stood up, a smile appearing on their faces. Yi Chun patted on Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao's heads, looked around, and said with a smile, "Father, Mother, how is the environment of the new manor?" "Hee, we have money and people. How could the manor be bad?" It was not hard to tell that Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were in a good mood. Shen Yuqing said, "Chen Er, what did you experience this time? Tell me." As parents, they always wanted to know more about their children, and Shen Yuqing was no exception. Yichen told them about his experience. Of course, he purposely left out the Iron Palm Martial School incident, as he did not want his parents to worry. He then said, "This time I got 5-star spirit fruits and 6 meridian cutting plants on the Treasure River Island. The meridian cutting plant can increase one's potential and speed up a warrior's training. The star spirit fruit can help a peak level late clasping yuan realm warrior reach the astral reaching realm smoothly." What? Meridian cutting plant and star spirit fruit? Yi Tianhao and Shen Yuqing were not ignorant people. They had heard about the famous meridian cutting plant and star spirit fruit before. These two spirit plants were definitely priceless treasures for warriors. It was said that 50 years ago there was a bloody battle in the Windy Nation's martial world, and the reason was because a star spirit fruit had appeared in a valley. They did not expect that Yi Qin would be able to bring back 5-star spirit fruits and 6 meridian cutting plants. Although they were now peak level late clasping yuan realm warriors without any accidents, they might not even be able to reach the astral reaching realm within 3 to 5 years. It might also take 7 to 8 years or even 10 years. After 10 years, they would be in their 60s and they would look a bit older. But now, with the star spirit fruit, they would be able to reach the astral reaching realm in a short period of time. They would have a lifespan of 200 years, and their appearance would stay the same, neither too young nor too old. These are the star spirit fruits and the meridian cutting plants. Under his parents' curious gaze, Yichen took out 5 sparkling fruits and 6 curled-up yellow plants. Taking over the fruit, Shen Yuqing smiled from ear to ear. In a woman's mind, besides family, age, and appearance were the most important things. 1 star spirit fruit would allow her to become an astral-reaching realm warrior earlier, giving her a lifespan of 200 years. What did 200 years of lifespan mean? Everyone knew about it. It meant that the speed of aging would be slowed down by 2 times. Plus, since they were already in their 40s after entering the astral reaching realm, they would be able to maintain their current appearance for a long time. Haha, Yuqing, it is so nice to have a good son. Yi Tianhao had a happy expression on his face. Seeing that both their parents and brother were so happy, Yi Xian and Yi Xiaoxiao also laughed like idiots.